my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. It's the new year, and you're all here with me. Proud Platypus, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Silent Chloe, Tear Star, Witch Night Melody, LV, Girl with the Guitar, Aska, Mistress Lynn, Deus Venari, Howlsar, Baphomet, Met, Baphomet, god damn it, why am I doing this in 2024? Little Morphine Annie, Somniostatic, Nerodia, Silent Chloe, Pistol Cakes, Cookie, VCCTV, Lauren X, Van David, Light Rays, JS Masochist, Marceline Flowers, Evie the Purple, May Fleet, Uncle Gumball, Spinkle, Celestial Heart, Ashmar, Fish Sneeze, Dank Catlord, Paige Punk Corpse, Naomi Chance, Fortnite, Schnoogan, GayFesh, the one and only, Ukrainian, Spectrum OT, Skull Muncher, Nizrathi, Trans Girl Jade, Hippie Punk, Girl with a Guitar, MrKrabs, Spectrum OT, Retcon, wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing wonderfully. Deus Venenare, Jenkins Donut, Big Papa, Pancake, Aska, and from the YouTube chat, We have Lillebror, another bored person, Neb, Destiny, Hayden, Perpetually Confused, Das, Ella, Sinful, LH Fruit, the Kitsune Cavalier, Life, T. Levy's, Tori Cassiatori, Jennifer Holly Willow Tree, currently known as Taryn, Palm Dad, Deeply Concerned Political Thembo, Angelica, Riddles, Louie Boy, Shrasley, Haunted Furby, Andrew Blood, Tom Washington, Lisa T, Lykeens, Andy Monet, Perpetually Confused. Beautiful tracks today, huh? Yeah, over the New Year celebration, Fawn and I were going, Fawn has an absolutely enormous MIDI collection, including the entire archive of the Geocities, I think the Geocities MIDI library. And so we were going through them and I was like, man, I forgot. First of all, I remembered the first one I looked up was the Poison one because I remember it back from Geocities. And then I was like, what other ones we got in here? And so I went through and looked up some of my favorite songs and they're legendary. Yo, that's awesome, LB. That's awesome. I hope you found it comfortable. This thing is super warm. Honestly, it's a little too warm. I'm feeling a little hot, but do you have the Sonic Ice Cap Zone? I think Fawn does, but I only downloaded a couple to my computer. The Ice Cap Zone is an absolute banger. I can play that one on YouTube though. That one's allowed to be played on YouTube. I don't even gotta do, let me see if they've got the Sonic Ice Cap Zone. They probably got the MIDI on here. We could probably smack it. Yeah, here we go. Let's see here. I think I played this one the other day, right? Or no? Yeah. Ooh, I don't like that sound font though. I don't like that sound font. Here's the, oh, here's the MIDI. Here we go. Let's see if this sound font is good. Anyway, for those who were asking what the sound font for the first two songs were, the sound font used for the first two songs is SGM, aka Shan's General MIDI. Bam, I'll post that in both chats. This is from Fawn. Fawn uses Shan's General MIDI, which was the killer sound font for the first two tracks. Yeah. Yes, it is. Exactly, Uncle Gumbald. Is a sound font like a collection of noises that you can plug into a MIDI file? Yes, it is, and some are better than others. It's basically, MIDIs are designed to be generally interpretable. So you can plug them into a whole bunch of different things. You can plug them into a piano, and sometimes, depending on the piano, and the piano will be able to play it. And also, most pianos these days, and keyboards at least, I should say, not actual upright pianos, but keyboards can output into a MIDI format. Lots of them do, in fact. Yeah, so yeah. The Dark Souls music in the Super Mario Bros. Sound font, that might actually be a banger though. That might legitimately be a banger. Anyway, my lovely imps, thank you for being here today. Please, if you are here, we have a whopping 210 viewers already. If you are here, smack that like button, smack that goddamn like button and make sure that you subscribe. Also, we need to do a quick test, everybody. We need to do a quick test. First of all, every single time we get a surge of likes, we always get a surge of viewers, which is what I want. I want us to get more viewers. We are going to be growing this channel this year. And we're going to be talking about a bunch of my plans for 2024 soon, in much more detail than what I talked about last stream, because last stream was focusing on 2023, and this is the new year. It's the new goddamn year. So I need those likes. I need all of your likes. They're free, and they help me a lot. Plus, they make my heart flutter, which is great. Which is great. Also, goddamn, now that's stuck in my head. But also, I have a quick test. Those of you who are watching on YouTube, okay? Attention, YouTube viewers, this is for you. I need you to look down real quick at the subscribe button, okay? All right? Look down at it real quick. I mean, on YouTube, like scroll down real quick, okay? And I'm going to say the word subscribe. Does anything happen? Subscribe. Did anything happen? Tell me on YouTube if something happened. Just have to look at it. You don't have to do anything. Oh, it only works for people who aren't subscribed? I don't think so. Because when I tested it on, oh, it might only be on PC. I don't know if it works on mobile. Oh, I don't know. Okay, because it worked on other people's channels. There's a new thing where on a lot of YouTube channels, the subscribe button will do an animation when the YouTube video or the streamer says subscribe. It's very, very weird. Oh, good point, GayFesh. You might be right. It might only work for people who are unsubscribed. But why did it? Yeah, maybe it only works if you're not subscribed, but I know that I'm subscribed. It did little sparklies. Yes! It did. We've got it. We're being recognized by the Google YouTube AI. It sparkled for Sherilyn. Yeah, so it's working. That means it's even working on mine. That's a little spooky, but also kind of cool. Yeah, it does like a little sparkly and it goes whoop, whoop, and it pops out at you, so you press subscribe. Thank you, Sherilyn. Thank you for verifying. I do my best, Sherilyn. Okay, Epic Ninjali. Of course I had to ruin my correct pronunciation spree. But I'm gonna try it one more time for the people who are checking. Subscribe. There we go. Hopefully we'll see it work. Can confirm it does sparkle. We're getting the sparkles. Does it do the same thing for like? I don't know if it does. It should. It didn't do it. Okay, so weird. I wonder if it depends on your browser. I've seen it myself. Okay, but it might only be for people who are unsubbed. I think it's just, I don't think it's AI. I think it's just basic voice recognition, you know? Oh, okay, Epic Ninjali. Oh, the watching now sparkles when more people join. Well, we've jumped up, by the way, since I just asked for likes, we've jumped up by 54 viewers. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty goddamn awesome. Absolutely amazing. Beautiful. 3 more just joined. Wow. I got a nice iced coffee here. Doe made me iced coffee. It's so good. Our household spends too much on food because there's a lot of us. but we spend absolutely nothing on coffee because Dough is legitimately the best coffee maker on the planet. It's so good at making coffee. It's just, it makes the best coffee. We got a whole bunch of nice new beans recently. What's its secret? Its secret is that it is extremely passionate about coffee. Dough is the heaviest coffee drinker I've ever met in my entire life. I've literally never met anyone who drinks as much coffee as Dough. Dough loves coffee. It's like its favorite drink. It will drink coffee basically all day. And so as a result, it has very specific tastes for coffee, but it also is, as a result, is also able to understand other people's tastes in coffee. So when I ask for the type of iced coffee that I like, Dough's just like, and it's amazing. I see him, MrKrabs. Don't worry, I got him. What method of brewing do you use? Honestly, we just use a standard coffee maker. It's not the fanciest thing ever, but Dough knows the right mix of beans and whatever. I used to do pour over, and I always liked pour over coffee, but there's a downside of pour over coffee, which is that if you're making coffee for a lot of people, it takes a long time to do pour over coffee. So Dough just makes it in a coffee machine, but is very, very particular about how it does the beans. We grind the beans at home, and then Dough measures it out just right the way it likes, and yeah. Yeah, just standard drip coffee. Yep. No percolator, nothing like that. Dough is unironically really good at making coffee. It's good at making other things too, but it's also just really good at making coffee. I've heard the French press method is really good. I have had French press coffee and quite liked it, but I've never done it. I know a lot of people do it. I know a lot of people really like French press and swear by the French press. There's like that's the French press is the aerator, right? Where it like aerates the coffee and then it uses the pressure of the air to squeeze through the beans or squeeze through the grind. We have a Chemex. We have a really nice Chemex mug, or what's it called? A pot for doing giant things of pour over coffee, but it's still not enough. I mean, we have a lot of people in our house who drink coffee, so but yeah, when we do pour over, we do the Chemex. But anyway, I'm lucky and I have iced coffee today, so. Let me just say, oh, I have to read all the donos. Let me read donos real quick. Let me read my donations real quick. Light Rays with the tier 2 sub. First ever dono goes to the best streamer of all time. Here's to the new year being kick-ass for you, mama. I was about to talk about that. I'm going to tell you the new year has been kick-ass so far, okay? And I'll tell you all about it soon. Uncle Gumbald with the gifted tier 1 sub. Gifted 1 to Nasty. Now it's Aska time. Let's go! Based. Thank you, Uncle Gumbald. Piftle Cakes for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. No, the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. No. Hold on a second. Yes, no, actually 3. The 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, Piftle Cakes. Naomi Chance with the $5. Hey, Demon Mama, I have to put the stream at 144p because it keeps stuttering. Can you put an unregistered Hypercam 2 in the corner for me? Thanks. Hold on. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, I probably could, hold on. Oh yeah, if you're having that issue, clear your cache. Your cache. Sorry, cache is the wrong word. Cache. Clear your cache. 1 second. I'm gonna do this meme just for you. Oh, what the fuck? Why won't it let me do it? Hold on. Why won't it let me choose this one? Oh, it's because it's a SVG and that's not compatible with fucking... Okay, hold on. I'm devoted to the bit. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. All of these are SVGs. I'm sorry. You'll just have to imagine it yourself. It's actually hard now to get the... These are all sticker ads. Oh my god. Okay, you're just gonna have to imagine it. It's actually impossible to make my stream meme happen because it's just giving me ads for a bullshit ass sticker. Never mind. Sorry, you're just gonna have to imagine it. Blame the modern internet. It sucks. It fucking sucks. It sucking fucks. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Nerodia with the tier 4 sub. 3 months went by so fast I got confused as to why I was whitening. Yet the last 3 months have been like lightning. And also, okay, except for November. November was really goddamn slow for me. But I imagine it was fast for you all because I barely streamed at all. I had tooth pain all of that month because I got my goddamn wisdom teeth ripped out. Naomi Chance, I was trying to put on the unregistered hypercam thing onto the screen as you requested, but unfortunately, the only transparent version is not compatible with OBS, and the other ones were all ads for stickers on Redbubble, made by AIs. Bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. All right, we got a meme. A meme has been submitted. A meme has been submitted. It's time for us to watch the first meme of the day. Oh, it's a Kaneko Man fight. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. We got a Hell Knight, Hell Seal of 9 Vital Spot Daisetsuzan drop. Woo! Oh, I love that! Do you hear that? The double knee crusher. Double knee crusher! I love that! Oh! Oh! Hand crunch. Oh, guillotine! Bringing the French Revolution to you in Kaneko Man muscle fight. All right, so that was the first meme, and here's the second meme. I promised MrKrabs we would do his memes, so here we go.
I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. I got framed for a crime, and now the police caught me. They shouldn't have been able to catch me, but they've got a huge budget in this city.
Wait a second. Factual error. Huge budget does not mean that they catch crimes, okay? Listen, we all know it's basically the inverse. The larger the budget, the more time that the cops are fucking around with the giant vehicles they purchase and the weaponry they purchase, firing it into empty alleyways and shit like that.
What do they need all those drones for?
Oh, okay, the drones though. True.
Tore up the whole city trying to keep up with me. I'd sure be mad if I lived here. Not like it matters. Cops aren't legally obligated to protect citizens.
True!
Of course I fought back, but they hit me with tear gas. Even though it's banned by the Geneva Conventions, it's perfectly legal to use on citizens. Go figure. Now they've got me locked up in prison. They haven't charged me with a crime, but they can hold me here for days anyway. I thought I should sue, but thanks to qualified immunity, cops can't be held accountable for human rights violations. Sheesh! Tails should be here to bust me out soon. Knuckles offered to do it, but I told him the police would be twice as likely to kill him because he's black. He said, I'm not black, I'm an echidna. What the hell are you talking about? Come on. We all know Knuckles is black. Looks like they're taking me in for interrogation now. I'm not saying anything without a lawyer. It's totally legal for them to lie to me after all. Hey, Cab!
Okay, MrKrabs, this might be the best meme you've ever sent. This is probably the most top tier meme that MrKrabs has ever sent. This one, MrKrabs, damn. This one goes unironically so hard. Peak meme. Look at that, look at the chat. The chat's loving it. You did it, MrKrabs. You successfully mainstreamed a Sonic meme. I know, I'm sorry, Naomi Chance. I'm so sorry. An excellent meme. Fantastic meme. The Silent Chloe with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Looking forward to gaming and other fun. We got a lot of fun in store tonight, okay? We got a lot of fun. This person with the tier 1 sub, thank you so very much. Thank you for supporting the show. All of you have been very generous and it means the world to me. Thank you so very much. It's almost tax season, so I have a whole bunch of paperwork in front of me. So the more money you give me, the better I'll feel about doing that paperwork. Thank you all very much. Advark with the tier 1 sub, just returned from my first official wedding photography gig, and I am back to spread the love and joy that experience imbued me with. That is awesome, Advark. Congratulations. Wedding photography can be a very rewarding type of work. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you so much. No Fed posting, JS Masochist. No Fed posting, okay? No Fed posting. Okay, listen, no, though, straight up. If you guys don't understand, okay, hold on. I'm gonna do a small rant here, all right? Tax season is the fucking worst, okay? Being a streamer is like the absolute worst, which is hopefully why I'm going to be restructuring my tax situation this year, because it's the worst experience ever. You get taxed a ton as a streamer, like a ton, like as in twice as much as Wall Street people being a streamer because of the way that most people do their taxes. It actually legitimately sucks. It means that I run this show on a very tight margin. Yeah, imagine that. But every single year I have to be stressed out about tax season. Because it's a ton of work and it's all on me. I can't blame anybody else if I get something wrong in my paperwork or anything like that. It's just, but the alternative is to pay someone an exorbitant amount of money to basically take the fall for you in an unlikely event of an audit. But it honestly usually isn't worth it even to do that because they charge you so goddamn much. Yeah, it's not that hard to do your taxes, but it is very hard. Oh yeah, I'm not giving anybody any tax advice. I have no tax advice outside of, don't pay a ton of money if you could avoid it. There's all kinds of tax services that are gonna try and get your money from you. I've used a really cheap tax service that's very helpful. I use Tax Slayer. Is what I've used in the past. I've also used Intuit, which is, what's their one called? QuickBooks or something like that? I've used that one too, but I just didn't find it useful enough. And so I just went back to Tax Slayer. Eddie says, I used to work for the IRS, Demon Mama. We have an office here in Seattle, and I got so mad when people would call in and we'd have to refund millions because of crappy loopholes. Oh, man. It's not continents, but I can see why you would see that. It's more like a Rorschach. More like a Rorschach blot test, honestly. Yeah, I can see that. Honestly, I don't know. I've had to deal with so much tax stuff. Yeah. I had to go to the Seattle IRS office when I first started streaming because I didn't even know how I was supposed to file. Oh, that's wonderful. Is it a... All right, that works. Cool. Good to know. Thank you very much. Happy to have that, Dank Catlord. Yeah, TaxSlayer is pretty goddamn good. I think billionaires should pay our taxes instead. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much I pay in taxes for how little I actually make. I know that you guys see me on the camera all the time, and so you think, wow, you know, Demon Mama is basically a god walking among us. And that is true. There is truth to that statement. But, you know, as far, you know, I don't have the treasury of Olympus at my fingertips, believe it or not. Yeah, taxes suck. Anyway, I wanted to rant about that. When you're like self-employed, where you work for YouTube, but you're an independent contractor and therefore you're self-employed and whatever, you have to do all your taxes yourself. You have to do all your estimates and withholding yourself. So you basically have to calculate. I have a giant document that I built my own Excel sheet when I first started streaming. I sat down and I used my Excel knowledge to build a Excel sheet that basically calculates everything for me. And I have to redo it every year. It's a whole thing. Spectrum OT with the tier 2 sub says, hey, always happy to see your streams. Just wanted to send you this song. You can play it if you want. Ah, thank you. I will take a look at it. Oh, this looks cool, but I can't play this because I know for a fact this will get me striked. But I'll listen to this on my own time. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much, Spectrum OT. I really appreciate that. Excel is Excel is one of the most useful things that I've ever learned. I know it sounds like super boring and stuffy, and it is super boring and stuffy, but there's actually a lot you can do with Excel. And once you learn how to like automate, quote unquote, in Excel, it makes your life a lot easier. Most people, when they use Excel, they just think, I'm just basically filling in digital squares. But the thing in Excel is you can have it calculate all kinds of stuff and conditionals for you. So you can have like 4 different rows and you can have it plug out all kinds of different information. You can then cross-reference those so you can get, it's very helpful, is all I'm saying. I'm just saying it's very helpful. Kitsune Cavalier, I use she, her pronouns, but God is gender neutral. Gods are gender neutral. Goddess also works too, though. Have you seen Excel competitions? No, I haven't, but that sounds wild. Anna Arisian says, I'm a programmer and I still pull spreadsheets out like 1/3 of the time. Yeah, it's really useful. It's really funny. I learned Excel secondhand from my partner in college. When I was in college, I did not have to take an Excel class, but my partner, who was going into civil engineering, had to. And when and basically she was struggling with the class, so I sat down and we would do her homework together. And as a result, I learned how to use Excel the right way. As a result of that, I basically got a free college class because I decided to help my partner with her homework. And it was difficult at times, but oh my God, I learned so much. And it's like, oh my God, so helpful. Hey, thank you, Digital Shinigami. Fabian Couture, there is no chance you're getting me to read that out. Not a chance in hell. I will never read that out. That would ruin me. Are you trying to get me ruined? You all can go look at YouTube chat if you want to see. What was the name of the Sonic meme? MrKrabs. MrKrabs. There's a requester. Paging MrKrabs. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, that's one of the things I'm going to be doing this year. We're going to be setting up a absolutely sick-ass voice changer setup. So just you all wait. We're going to be able to do some really fun voice changer memes. But anyway, for now, paging MrKrabs, paging MrKrabs. MrKrabs, there is a meme source requester in the YouTube chat. Please help the meme source requester in the YouTube chat. Wait, MrKrabs changed? Wait, is this is not the same MrKrabs. Is it? Do we have two MrKrabses? What the fuck? Hold on a second. This is a... This is a different MrKrabs. This MrKrabs. This MrKrabs has only been using the stock command. Who is this? Who is this? I stalked the MrKrabs 78, and all of a sudden, they've just been stalking others, including MrKrabs 123. I think it's literally the episode where Plankton builds the RoboCrabs. I don't know. I'm just goofing around, all right? Maybe it's an alt account for MrKrabs. It's true, their old logs do resemble MrKrabs. So maybe MrKrabs just has more than one account. Which would be, honestly, that would be a masterful play. By the way, did you know you want to hear? Ah, thank you, MrKrabs. Excellent play. A genius gambit, sir. Mystery solved. MrKrabs, there's someone in YouTube chat requesting the source for that that Sonic meme. Just so you know, I was paging you. Tyrannax, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Means the world to me. Thank you so very much for supporting the show. Did you know, you guys want to know a fun fact? Since the last surge of likes, we have gained nearly 100 new viewers. We are up to 340 viewers. And as a result, we only have 222 likes. So if you all could be so kind as to give me your likatossin, every single time we get a surge of likes, we get a surge of new viewers, which means the show grows. And growing the show is very important to me. So please, hey, press that like button. Give me those likes. The like sound sounds a little quieter, doesn't it? Isn't that a little weird? Big money salvia is here. The fruit fly. No! How could there be a fruit fly? After everything! Oh! I must destroy the fruit fly. I missed it. This bastard. Oh, The one fruit fly. It's just been buzzing around the room. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, it's because of all the fruits in chat. Yeah. You could put out vinegar. We already did that. We put that out downstairs, but unfortunately this one up here has not been affected by the vinegar that's downstairs. You guys have no idea. It's like a tiny fly is like my ADHD kryptonite, okay? It really does distract me. I don't know. My God, it just drives me crazy. It is the Breaking Bad fly episode, and I'm subjecting you all to it constantly. I know, it drives me crazy. It made me so mad. God, it made me so mad. We do have some houseplants. Yeah, I know they reproduce in the soil. It's frustrating. Invest in spiders? Yes. Yes, good idea. Yeah, grab my gun. Putting holes through the roof. Oh, man. Okay. 2024. This is the first stream of 2024. Can you all believe it? We are in a brave new world. And it really does feel like we're in a brave new world, at least for me. Last year was a hell of a year. And most, I know it's completely arbitrary. The turning over of the calendar is a totally arbitrary line that we draw. But it really did feel like a burden was lifted off of me, and that I managed to wrap up a lot of unfinished business in 2023. And I feel particularly prepared to have a very, very good 2024. There's just so much stuff that I don't have to care about at all. And I know some of that is coincidence, and some of it was brought on because of my need to feel like I wanted to leave some things in 2023. But I'm not gonna lie, 2024 has felt very, very good so far. We're only a few days in, but it's felt very, very good. The infamous cheer is still in the air. I had a wonderful New Year's Eve. Really good time. It was great. And I've been chilling, playing some games, thinking about lots of stuff. We are all traveling through time. You're always so positive, Demon Mama. Thank you. I'm genuinely trying to be, I don't know. Positivity has some connotation sometimes, but in truth, I do try to be positive in a lot of ways. And I don't know. I find that I have less time in my life for anger and frustration that isn't useful, So, but this year I have a lot of plans for the show. I have been thinking about a lot of different stuff that I want to do. And I want to say the very, very first video of 2024 was a success, okay? And I'll tell you why it was a success. And I want to talk about this because a bunch of you are going to appreciate that I'm even talking about this, okay? Do you all know what the first video of 2024 was? No, that would not be weird at all. In fact, I would greatly appreciate that. Perpetually confused. That sounds great. This is our first video of 2024. Bam. The Metal Gear Solid Queer Pets in Metal Gear Solid 5. Now, this video was the worst viewed of my last 10 videos, okay? But not by much. But not by much. Not by much at all. And in fact, it didn't really matter. Because the comment engagement was absolutely legendary, okay? absolutely legendary. The comments on this video have been flowing, and they are the type of comment that I really love to get. Comments where, comments like, just listen to this, okay? Listen to this. Like, hold on, let me just read the comments on this video specifically. Hold on, I gotta go to this video. 1 second, I wanna open up the comments. I wanna put on the ones here, okay? Wait, where'd they go? I gotta grab the actual comments that I wanted to read. The idea, here's the one that I was thinking of, okay? Listen to this comment, okay? This is from Hatienta Setlin. Hatienta Setlin says, the idea of being a subservient to another person, lacking agency and being controlled is pretty key to Metal Gear Solid 5. You're literally being controlled by Big Boss and Ocelot to be a body double through hypnosis. You get played like a goddamn fiddle. Everyone does. And while Quiet is often portrayed as an uncontrollable beast and helpless, she's one of the only characters who actually is depicted with agency. She chooses to stay in the cage. She's able to escape anytime that she wants. She chooses to follow Venom Snake's orders. She can go invisible, run at 2,000 miles an hour, but she chooses to be with him. What? Just exactly. Thank you. Oh my God. There's so many comments like that is like perfectly emblematic of the type of comments that appeared on this video. The comments on this video are absolutely amazing. Here's another one from Desmond Fringe. I love this whole segment. Also, Quiet's whole playing in the water scene can also be read as little space daddy dom dynamic with Snake to me as well. I think pet play and DDLG DDLB can overlap in certain ways as far as I can tell. I'm not in a dynamic currently, but as a middle, I'm looking for a DD in the future and have been learning and exploring generally. Also true. Also literally actually true. So many people engaging in exactly what I'm talking about and being able to do so intellectually and not you're looking too much into it. No, people are actually engaging with what I'm saying, with the argument that I've made in an original segment where I just give my own personal, it's amazing. It felt so good. Hell yeah, JS Masochist. That's based as fuck. The comments have been absolutely legendary. Also, like 3 or 4 separate people in the comments told me that they went and downloaded Metal Gear Solid 5 or started the Metal Gear series as a result of this video, which makes me extremely happy. Extremely, extremely happy. Deeply concerned. I'm not sure what's causing that. YouTube has had some issues lately, but I'm not getting any stutters on my end, so it might be a YouTube issue. You could try setting it to a slightly lower quality if you're having issues. When will you continue with your Soulsborne playthroughs? Tonight. That's right. Tonight, baby, we're continuing the Soulsborne playthrough. It's been too long. It's time to get back into it. And one of the things I want to do more this year is gaming streams. Gaming streams obviously do not get the same level of mass appeal as when I'm doing like a hot topic or whatever, but I don't really care. And we always have an incredible amount of time. And one of the coolest things about 2023 is that 2023 was the year that my usual political viewers started checking out my gaming streams. And that makes me feel awesome. I want to do more gaming this year, so we're going to be starting off the year correct by continuing gaming. Because gaming is really important to me. We have a lot of fun. I always have interesting things to say about it, and I want to make more gaming-related content because it's so important to me. Is there more game giveaways soon? Yes, there will be game giveaways tonight, in fact. So, yes, we will be doing that. Oh, Nia Tigra, we might play the DLC in the future, but honestly, that playthrough took so long, I'm intimidated to start playing Cult of the Lamb again anytime soon. Are you still going to use the big club? We've actually moved on to using the dragon greatsword, which is what we're probably going to continue using for the rest of the playthrough. Although we might try something, we might get a little wiggly with it in the DLC. We'll see. It has been a little while. SpyroGal says, I love that you are clearly passionate about games and having fun. I feel like so many streamers turn gaming into a chore. It is unfortunate. I think some people see gaming as content. Hold on. Ah! I got it! Fruit fly defeated. Fruit fly defeated. We're free now. We're free. We're free, everybody. God, it feels good. One soul. Which is a little shocking, to be honest. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, gaming. A lot of people see just gaming as like like they literally do see it as a chore. It's like a content thing that they have to do on stream. And as a result, there's not a lot of passion in it. But I have a lot of fun with gaming. And also I tend to do gaming when I feel like it on this stream, as opposed to when I feel like I have to do it. And I don't know, I feel like that makes a big difference. But also, I just genuinely love gaming, and my brain is always very active when I'm gaming. I am, like, there's something about games that get me thinking about the magic that gaming can be as an art form. And there are a ton of magical elements in gaming. I don't know. All that means, I don't know. It's just stuff that gets my brain going. So I always have stuff to talk about. Windleby, you might actually be right. I think I just saw a second fruit fly. Horrible. Horrible. That would be nightmarish. Germa985 will always be the best gaming streamer ever. He is really good, but I bring my own unique touch. I'm not close to him yet, but maybe someday I will be able to be. Maybe someday. Which brings me to something I want to talk about before we play games today, which is Monster Hunter. I wanted to talk about Monster Hunter a bit. I've been playing a whole bunch of 2 different Monster Hunter games, which is a dangerous thing to do. Double track drifting Monster Hunter games is dangerous. But I wanted to talk about them because I've noticed that there's a lot of people who've never played Monster Hunter who I think would actually really love Monster Hunter. So, yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Jade Monkey with the tier 1 sub says, any way we can convince you to play Garten of Banban on stream? I don't know what that is. I imagine I could be convinced to play almost anything. Oh, this thing. Oh, this is that horror game, right? It's like a spooky gay horror game where there's like weird kitty things. It's got like Freddy Fazbear vibes. Maybe. I think the next horror game we're gonna play on stream is probably Pony Island. So, Pony Island is made by the people who made Inscription. It was their game. It was the game that came before Inscription. So. I've wanted to do Pony Island for a while. And yeah, Pony Island 2 has come out or is coming out. Anyway, 2024 has been off to a very strong start for me. I'm feeling very good about the year. I'm very excited for what we're going to be able to do. I'm excited. I'm working currently on redesigning the studio. So there's probably going to be a short period where I don't stream while I'm remodeling the studio. But I think you guys are going to be really happy with the result. And you'll find that it will mark a beautiful change for our future. It's time to change things up. We've been on this particular layout for a year and a half now since we moved here. And I want to change things a bit. I have some really, really good ideas. I don't know how you can get better than this set. Just you wait, okay? I've got some killer ideas. I have some really good ideas for how we're going to buff up the set. We've done little changes here and there over the last year and a half, but nothing major, and I want to change things. In fact, I've got a bunch of ideas. I don't want to spoil anything yet because I'm still putting it all together, and it might take a little bit for me to put all the ideas together, but I've got some great ideas. I know, time flies, right? It's already been a year and a half. I know, right? It still feels wild, but it has been. Yeah, but you got to keep it fresh. One of the things that I never want to get stagnant with what I make. And so that's a big thing. We're also this year, I'm going to be changing some of my audio settings, hopefully for the better. We should be able to integrate a better soundboard and a voice changer system, which should be a lot of fun. I might, depending, I don't know for sure if this is going to work out, but I might end up with a 2-camera setup so that we can do more of the piano streams and you guys can get a proper angle instead of me just kind of like going over here and hitting like this and turning off the speaker every time because that's the default setting, turning off the speaker and then going, oh wait, that's not gonna work right. But there we go, now I gotta be able to hear it. I want to be able to do that so that you can actually have like a camera where you can see my hands, where you can see my face, where I'll be able to easily talk, etc. Which that should be pretty cool. Hoping to do that. No guarantees because a 2-camera setup is a big change to be able to be running regularly. So that should be cool. We'll see though. And then, of course, we are going to be continuing the trends set by last year, which is a lot more of my original content. My political topics are going to be me giving my opinion about them as opposed to news coverage. We are going to aim for a drama-free 2024. That's my goal. My goal is to have 0 drama streams. Yeah, so hopefully that will be, we will hit a net zero, you know, kind of like how they want you to do net zero carbon output, net zero drama output. Of course, we will still be doing Drama Mama for the aforementioned reasons many times. Obviously, Drama Mama is a little bit of a different thing. It's not actually really about like interpersonal drama or any of that. But in other words, a Fortress arc. No, see, okay, in some ways there are similarities, but the Fortress, well, I guess that there's a certain aspect of that, but Vosh has a very different approach to his Fortress arc than to what I'm doing. And some of that is just as a matter of, you know, his channel is in a different position than mine is in. You know, his channel Does zero drama mean no debates? No, it doesn't mean no debates. In fact, I don't think I categorized any of my debates as drama content, at least last year, except for, I guess, the Soul Bunny one. Yeah. The Fortress arc thing is a little bit of a different approach than what I'm doing. I've already mentioned that this year, our arc title, which you guys are going to see in full, is the Grand Gardener arc, okay? If we're going to call what our arc is, it's the Grand Gardener arc. And I can explain, I've talked about this a bit, but I can explain my vision for what I mean when I talk about the Grand Gardener arc. The Grand Gardener arc, we live in a... Okay, so let's talk about this. In fact, you know what? Maybe I'll make this a little segment or something. Just in case I want to make this a segment, I'll record it like a segment. My lovely imps, the year of 2024 is a beautiful and brand new slate for all of us here in the Demon Mama community, and especially for myself. 2023 had a lot of obstacles and difficulties. There was a lot of stuff that I was dealing with regard to my content, with regard to how I approach my show, with regard to challenges on the YouTube platform itself, and with regard to behind the scenes drama and nonsense that has been roiling for a long time and sort of trying to settle itself out. And essentially all of that has settled itself out at this point. And that's good to hear, thankfully. And so I've been mentioning that in 2024, one of my goals is to begin a new story arc, so to say, for this channel, which I have been calling the Grand Gardener arc. And I hope you all will embark on this arc with me, because I have a vision for what I want to accomplish with this arc. Obviously, for most people who are watching my show, you are probably, in all likelihood, some flavor of left-leaning person, okay? You might be very far left, you might be mildly left. Most people who watch my show are some flavor of lefty. The online left has been in a very strange place for some time. And I've talked about this on various, occasions, but it's just a simple fact that many of the previously existing projects, associations, communities, and spaces, you could call them. Wait, did I already say that? I might have already said that. Whatever. Spaces have essentially burned down. What we have left is a whole bunch of ash and some identifiable but devastated ruins, okay? We have some, oh man, I remember what that used to be. Oh shit, I remember what used to be over here, and there's some like collapsed walls remaining. But there has been like a series of major incidents that, in my opinion, has essentially completely demolished any remaining functioning, online left, at least in this corner. There are a whole bunch of individual communities that are sort of loosely associated with the left that still exist, but there is not a whole lot of interplay. There is not a whole lot of flow. And I think we have a devastated ecosystem, a truly devastated ecosystem. And I want to change that. I want to begin changing that. And I think that in order to do that, we have to begin planting, hence the Grand Gardener arc. I want us to begin to build flows. I want us to begin to build spaces that are starting to thrive again. Now, obviously, there are plenty of sort of individual places that are doing just fine. But there's not a lot of interplay between them. There's not a lot of flow between them. There's not a lot of discussion between them. There's a lot of bad blood that still remains between a lot of places, and some of that will never be fixed. And honestly, I don't really care. what I'm going to try and build is I am going to try and instill a organic sense of thriving starting in my corner of the internet and hopefully flowing outwards. And in order to do that, I think that there has to be some genuine evolution, some of which I believe I have already personally undertaken, but I also think that it's going to require audiences and individual members of these online, the remains of these online spaces to be willing to engage in that type of thing as well. I also think that it is, as a part of this, I think it's vital that those of us online left-leaning folks learn how to connect with each other outside of the places that we used to do so. Twitter is one that I've talked about a lot, especially last year. I talked about Twitter a whole bunch. Like it or not, Twitter was incredibly effective at connecting left-leaning people. And of course, it also was incredibly good at ultimately dividing left-leaning people because the platform itself was not ours. It was not anyone's really, and it was built on a foundation of promoting certain types of behaviors that are very toxic. And it basically trained people to behave in a very specific toxic way. It promoted all these types of behaviors that I think ultimately led to the downfall of many different spaces. But the fact of the matter was that it was at one point a place where left-leaning people could find each other with relative ease. They could find each other, they could promote their stuff, and as time went on, those abilities disappeared. Some of you who've been watching me for a long time will remember me talking about when Twitter actually implemented link suppression, where it used to be, I know it's hard to believe, but it used to be that if you shared a link to media on Twitter, that was actually considered good in the algorithm. They wanted you to be sharing your media links onto Twitter because Twitter saw itself as a place where you could communicate and promote yourself. That was what they thought. They were like, this is what we want Twitter to be. Twitter changed its mind and became insular over time. And it actually started actively deboosting links, which means that back when I first started with my channel, I could post my stream announcement on Twitter and new people would come to my show through that Twitter link. I would grow by promoting myself on Twitter. There was a reason for me to spend time on there, to talk about things on there, to promote my links on there. But you can't do that anymore. It is just not viable. And because of that, Twitter has lost, it started to suffocate. And so we just have to accept that, I already have accepted this, but many other people need to accept that that's the fact. You're not going to find new stuff. You are only going to find stagnation on a website that actively suppresses the ability to find new things and promote new things. Yes, Tyrannax points out this is something that was going on before Elon took over. Absolutely, it's only gotten worse under Elon, but it actually did start before Elon took over. There was a trend that it was going. So one of the things that I am going to be trying to work on this year, and I'm hoping that my lovely community will help me with, is where do we start to establish flows? Where do we start to establish communication between different communities? Where can new people discover me? Where can I discover new people? What's the best way to do that? You guys know we do this very manually sometimes. For example, many of you will recall when I reacted to Catherine's BreadTube video, or when I reacted to My Life Outdoors video about finding quiet places in America and how hard it is because of noise pollution. Both of those created flows. The creators saw our community, they watched our video, some of their fans may have watched our video, and we went and interacted with their video, and a flow was created. There was people connecting with each other, finding new people, and talking with each other. Now, or that dang dad's video. That's another good example. And I would like to ramp that up. And I'm specifically interested in how we can do this with the communities, okay? More so even than between creators. Because, you know, I mean, that's part of it, obviously. Being able to do collaborations between creators, being able to have creators connect with one another and talk with one another is valuable. But more than that, I think the communities need to be able to talk with one another, and they need to be able to share ideas and share hype and promote one another. One of the downsides of the amount of like left-leaning content online having fallen into basically perpetual drama farming as a result of what is incentivized on YouTube, Twitter, etc., and Twitch, is that there is an incredible amount of bad blood between communities, not just creators. Bad blood is going to happen between individuals, and there's not much you can do about that, but there's bad blood between communities. And it's suffocating. It's actually terrible for the general ecosystem. People don't know how to find new stuff. They don't know how to meet new people. And it's really, really bad if you want to drill down into what's most important to me, which is like, how do trans people find other trans people safely on the internet? How do gay people find other gay people safely on the internet? How do marginalized people find other marginalized people safely on the internet? And the reality is, it's harder than ever. Which is crazy. Well, maybe not than ever, but it's harder than any time in the internet era. We had this like period where it became very easy and nice, and then it sort of went down from there. Oh my goodness, sushi, that's wonderful. Go ahead and set it right here. Thank you so much. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. I'll have this in just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, Doe. I love you. Hey, we got some sushi. I'll eat that in just a minute. I would like to begin changing that. And I don't have all the answers. I don't have it all figured out yet. But figuring out how to begin this process is very, very, very important to me. And I think that some of it is going to require certain types of sacrifices. In fact, I know that it has. And yet, the sacrifice is often illusory. Last year, my streams, I did not hit the largest stream I've ever had last year. Believe it or not. My channel grew more than it ever has last year, but I did not have the biggest stream that I've ever had last year. The biggest stream I ever had was in the middle of me being embroiled in horrible drama, and it was a bunch of drama frogs who were hostile to me flooding in to see if they could, you know, farm my channel for clips. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So there's an illusory element to playing into what appears to be the meta. A lot of people who are viewers are not going to understand how difficult it is to intentionally publish things that aren't as immediately popular with your audience. They are not going to understand what it feels like to do a stream where you get less viewers than your average on a platform that is perpetually encouraging you to always get more viewers every single day. But that is our role as creators, to choose the correct path, to be wise enough to recognize when it is important to change, when it is important to disengage from certain cycles. And that is something that I have been doing aggressively in 2023, and I've still succeeded regardless. I'm going to do more of it in 2024. And those of you who are listening right now should be excited. And you should be ready to open your minds to creators that you like trying new things, because it will make you have a better time. The more that we can get away from the current meta of basically politics streamers transforming into drama streamers, transforming into burnouts, transforming into bitter and or hateful people, the better the space will become. I remember a time when there was a lot of excitement. There was a lot of flow between communities. People were constantly shouting each other out. They were constantly doing fun things with each other. The communities had a lot of interplay, and there was a lot of liveliness. And I think that we can get something better than that, because I think in the past it was still vulnerable to a lot of current things. Sorry, not current things. To a lot of the things that I have just discussed. Yeah. So, yeah. There's also just the fact that I think that there's been a huge change in social media generally, and that a lot of people who were able to basically participate in social media as a form of marketing are going to have to change their tactics. I know that I am. I don't really know how to do that yet. I don't know what ways. Like in the past, I would just have fun posting on Twitter and have it be loosely relevant to my show, and it would be good for my show. My show would grow as a result of me just more or less trying to have fun on Twitter. But that's literally not possible anymore. And most of the platforms have moved to insular models, which is very difficult to deal with. And I don't know what the answer is yet. I haven't figured it out. Marketing is one of the hardest and most important aspects of being a streamer. You have to be able to get your videos out there. And I think part of that is going to be communities changing, which is one of the things I'm going to be encouraging my community to do. I am going to be encouraging my community to change the way that it approaches content, to rely less on pure algorithmic recommendation and to start sharing things with one another. It's actually, word of mouth is still the single most important way of growing anything. So you guys know that I have very regularly go and check out my recommendations channel on my Discord, that the recommendations channel is very lively. I often watch things that are in there on stream, and I want to see more of that. I want to see audiences get more open about discussing the cool things that they've discovered, and I think it will be very good. And I'm gonna at least do my part. The imps are already really good about it. You guys are like I already praise you all the time because I'm very proud of my community. I think we have a very strong and thriving community, but I would like to see us get even better, and I would like to hopefully see other communities adopt this. One thing that I've noticed, I still watch a lot of other streamers, and other video makers on YouTube. It's something that I consider important to being a streamer. Like, you know, kind of like how a writer needs to read lots of books. I still spend a lot of time. But I've noticed that a lot of communities have become very, very negative and hostile, even to their respective creators, which is very weird to me. I see this to be, this is something I hear other creators talk about a lot, that there is just an incredible amount of inter-community negativity. And I find that very strange, and I wonder where that comes from. I mean, I think I have some ideas, you know, some of them I've already talked about here. The drama farming thing builds a lot of bad blood, and it also encourages hate watching. But I think that it's gotten very strange. I would really like it if our community never becomes like that. I do not want my community to end up being a community of people who are here to hate watch. That is not what I want to encourage, ever. Yeah. Winby says, Vosh's audience has been ruthless lately, more than usual. It's funny that you should say that because you are not even close to the first person who's noticed it. It has been outrageous, in fact. Doe mentioned it to me the other day. Doe mentioned being like, man, Vosh's audience has been mean. And I don't know. I don't know where it comes from. It's weird. There's just so much I've been thinking about lately. And one of those things is that I am very, very proud of the community that we've built here. I think that some things have encouraged an even better community. The call-in streams, our signal nights, as we call them, you know, where you can hear the signal. Our signal nights have been ridiculously successful. And I think that it encourages a lot of community engagement. I think that people tend to react very positively. They tend to get to hear the voices of other members in the community. And we're going to be doing, we have one coming up at the end of this month. We're going to be doing a big signal night at the end of this month. And we intend to continue doing them fairly regularly as a structured thing. Yeah, so renewed wolf? No, not even a little bit. In fact, the quite opposite. Quite opposite. So I am proud of my community. I'm very proud of my community. Viking Unicorn says, I was watching the VOD of you reacting to Chariot's spiritual deconstruction vid. YouTube didn't alert me you were live, so I'm late, but glad that I made it to my first Demon Mama live. Welcome! Welcome, Viking Unicorn! Thanks for fostering a non-toxic community or audience. Too poor to sub, but I hope my YouTube premium views will give you decent remuneration. Oh, it does. Oh, I love my YouTube premium viewers. You guys are great. Thank you so much. And welcome. Happy to have you live. Yeah. Last year, I've said this a bunch lately, so pardon me if you're one of my regular viewers who's heard me say this a lot. Last year, there was a lot of stuff that was making me feel weird about streaming. And this year, I want to make progress. I want to have more confidence this year because looking back at last year, as hard as it was, I still succeeded. And I'm okay with saying that. I'm proud of what I did last year, even with everything, even with all of the nonsense that happened, even with all of the crazy stuff, even taking a month off to go do a road trip across the country. I still did great last year. So I think this year can be even better. And I hope you all will join me for this new and exciting arc. It really is going to be very different than it has been in the past. Some of the things that you know and love will always be around. Obviously, I'm still here. But other aspects are going to change, and I hope that you will be excited for that with me. Anyway, I don't know if this is going to go up as a video, but if it does, make sure that you press like and subscribe down below. I would love to have you as one of my imps, and the only way you can do that is by pressing subscribe on my videos. So make sure you press that, subscribe, ring that bell, and thank you so much for hearing the signal. Yeah, we had 420 viewers for a second. Based! 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 By the way, I'm going to take a small moment to eat this delicious sushi plate that has been gone for me. This is actually an incredibly large amount of sushi, but I'm going to try and eat it because it looks delicious, and I'm going to try and eat it without making a mess. And I actually don't know if I'll be able to finish all of this. This is a lot of sushi. Ooh, it's very good so far. Very fresh. AutoRoll78 says, Demon Mama, you helped me a lot in accepting my queerness. That's awesome. You did all the hard work, but I'm happy that I was able to help catalyze that. I always want to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you for watching. One of the things that has been really making me sad, this is going to be really personal, so this is definitely not going to be in the video. One of the things that's been making me sad lately is that I feel like it really is harder than ever for like trans people to find each other in non-toxic environments. One of the things I liked about Twitter is that there were tons of trans people on there having fun with each other. It makes me so sad. Like, legitimately, I've been thinking about it a lot lately. Just like the types of fun shit posting togetherness that would happen on Twitter for a while it's completely gone. It's like, it's not completely gone. It exists, but it exists in really, really small bubbles. And a lot of those bubbles are prone to toxic collapse. And also, this is gonna be a bit of a hot take. This is gonna be a bit of a hot take, but what the fuck was done to us, okay? And what have we done to ourselves, okay? Mostly what was done to us, but what the fuck have we done to ourselves? The trans community over the years has become increasingly ruthless and self-sabotaging. There is just an incredible amount of viciousness to one another. There is so little solidarity. There is such an immediate instinct to want to turn on one another, to want to take each other's words at the worst possible version. There is a desire to constantly provoke one another. There is a desire to constantly bite on that provocation and turn it into a conflict immediately. It makes me sad because trans people are beautiful and they can be beautiful to one another. And we need one another so badly. So badly. I don't know. True, Anna Arizian. You're right. You're right about that. AutoRoll7887 says a lot of progressive spaces have been very anti-non-binary as of late. Yeah, it's been disgusting to see. It goes back to the conversation. You guys remember that debate I had with OK Gallagher? Where I was just like, you are hunting for someone to hate. You're hunting for someone to blame because the real enemy is like intimidating to you. It reminds me of that. What's it like IRL compared to online? I mean, it depends, right? It depends on what you're asking. I live in a house of all trans people. There are 5 trans people. No, yeah, 5 trans people in this house. And on my New Year's party, it's basically almost all trans people. So for me, my experience engaging with trans people is IRL is one of extreme solidarity. And that's what I've witnessed. Even when people have relationships that go bad, there's still in the real world, there is a atmosphere of extreme solidarity. People are willing to give each other chances. They're willing to help each other out of tough spots. And it just doesn't carry over online. Online, so many people are ready and willing to just hurt each other. And I think a lot of it boils down to like the cultivation of like take culture, you know, where everything has to be a take, everything has to be a polarizing issue instead of a discussion. Some of that is the product of social media, where nothing can really be a discussion. Everything is a constant, like your ego is on the line. You're proving whether or not you have the correct opinion, which is a huge mental disease, okay? It damages your ability to think straightforwardly. People don't try to figure things out together. And also, not only are they not trying to figure things out together, people start by, like I said before, they start by issuing a highly provocative opinion, and then they respond by basically biting in as hard as possible. Watching Southern Comfort really puts things into perspective. I'll have to check that out. Debate Bro Brain? Yeah. It's not just Debate Bro Brain. There is you could call it that, but I think it's more accurate to just call it like it's the way that social media has conditioned us to a certain degree. Specifically trans people, for whom there is the stakes are very high. If you fail, quote unquote, online as a trans person, you could lose the only community you have. Set your eyes on a goal of Valhalla video and work towards it. There are always steps that you can take. Don't give up. Don't be envious. Don't let envy rule you. If you see something that you want, work towards it. Take concrete steps towards it. If there are obstacles in the way to you having that thing, identify those obstacles and work towards removing them. Is it mostly purity testing in trans discourse right now or other toxicity? I don't know. It depends on how you define purity testing. There's been this huge rebirth of anti-non-binary sentiment. There's been this huge recurrence of like trying to I don't know, like ancient discourses have been resurrected. Ancient trash discourses. There's a lot of weird exclusivity. There's a lot of so I don't know if that counts as purity testing. I don't know if it's purity testing when people start bringing up like debunked science, like fucking Blanchardianism stuff, and try to resurrect that conceptually into our modern discourse. It's certainly something, and it's definitely designed to draw like weird separations, arbitrary separations between people who would otherwise be on the same side. Twilight Willowglade with the unbelievably generous $5 super chat. My girlfriend is trans, and having someone like you help me better understand her means so much. I love her with all my being. That is beautiful and incredible. You are based, and that is wonderful. That is amazing. I am extremely happy to help in any small way. Seriously, holy fucking God, that makes me feel so good. I know, like, again, I will say it once again, I'm happy. It is you all doing the heavy lifting. I am just a catalyst, but I am happy to be a catalyst. I hope that I can help more in the future. I really do. That's so beautiful. Something that Doe has been asking me recently as a part of us working on this channel and thinking about the philosophy of my channel has been, who am I making my content for? And that's a hard question. It seems like it would be obvious. It's a really hard question. Because some people will say, oh, you should be making your content for yourself. And that's true for some types of artistic creation, like and it's true for all types of artistic creation to a certain degree, but it's never just that. No one is ever just making their art purely for themselves. You know, or at least most people aren't. Most people don't sit down and then watch their own streams after they're done streaming all day. You know, that's just, you know, that's just, it's never just for the self. I do think that it's important to make things that you feel good for, and that I'm making things that fuel me. That is very important to me. But one of the things that has always been resounding in my mind is trans people, queer people. That's one of the biggest reasons why I started my stream, was because I felt like I didn't see much shows where you could just tune in and know for a fact that you were going to be listening to somebody who cared about queer people, who cared about trans people. And I've decided that that is exactly one of the groups of people that I am making this show for. That I want my show to produce a certain reaction in the trans people who enjoy it. That they know that they're at least being seen on some level. That even if we don't agree on literally everything, that there is someone making something for them or for people like them out there. That is one thing I am very sure about. I've been thinking about this a lot. I fucking love trans people, okay? Even though there's a bunch of us who are dumbasses, a bunch of us who are assholes, just like anybody else in the world. There is something beautiful about trans people. That it's a group that I'm a part of, a broad group that I'm a part of, and it's a group that I care about. I feel a pang in my heart when I see trans people suffering. I mean it. I literally mean that. Even ones that I don't like. It drives me crazy. Because there are some trans people out there who drive me fucking crazy. Okay? I'm sure I drive some trans people crazy. But I feel a pang in my heart even when I see them suffer. And it bothers me. I'm getting full. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this, finish all this sushi. I know I can't. There's still so much more sushi for me. I'll have to eat it later. Hold on, let me have Doe. Doe can come. Yeah, I hear exactly what you mean, Alexi. Man-eating worm lingering over your local Arby's. Nice. Thank you, Demon Mama. I have issues with anxiety and your streams help me calm down. One of my favorite comfort streamers. That means the world to me. Thank you. I always feel like I'm so high energy. I sometimes am surprised that people feel soothed by my streams, but that means a lot. Have you listened to Black Velvet? Not yet, but I'll take a look at it. But yeah, anyway, this year I don't know. I want to walk away from 2024 knowing that I was able to I don't know, contribute to a better world for trans people. There's there is uh, there is a horrible amount of weird and deranged transphobia right now, but it really isn't representative of the whole world. Um, Transphobes are a extremely loud minority, and there are a lot of people who are just don't know anything about trans people and who would discover all of the beauty that trans people have to bring to their lives. And there are a ton of people who love trans people already and who are already accepting. And I think it's time for us to really push that aspect, to really show just how widespread our support really is and just how well we can show people our beauty. It blows me away. I meet these fucking beautiful, amazing trans people. Like, God, I meet these amazing, beautiful and amazing trans people, and I feel like stunned, okay? That they even exist at all. And sometimes I feel like, you know, it's sad that I feel that it's like a miracle every time I meet a trans person who's made it thus far. But also I realize that, like, you know, like some of that is there's a lot of hardships that trans people have to go through. It's just the truth. In our current society, there's a lot of hardships for trans people. But also there's just, and so I try not to make it about that. I try not to fixate on that and think about that. And instead I try to think about the fact that, like, these are just some of the most amazing and beautiful people in the world that people are missing out on knowing. People are missing out on being together with. People are missing out on knowing on a deep level, building relationships with, because they are ignorant or they have been misled or they are scared and nervous because they don't know, you know? And people are missing out. Seriously, people are genuinely missing out. And I want to help change that if I can. I don't know how exactly. I have some ideas, but I want to help change that. You guys aren't missing out. Nobody's got to be sad in this community. This community is so full of not only just trans people, but trans appreciators. We have cis people who appreciate trans people in here. We got you know, non-binary people who don't consider themselves trans who are in this community who appreciate trans people. We got trans people who definitely appreciate trans people in this community. We got a lot of trans appreciators in this community, and it's great. It's beautiful. It's wonderful to see. True, Nasty, true. True. Give me 1 second real quick. Stick on that thought for a minute. Think about that. Dwell on that thought for a minute. Back. Back. Oh, that's really cool. You be the purple. I didn't know about that. Silly. There is another fruit fly. Wild. Did you go hug your partners? I did tell Doe that I love it, and I was giving it my plate because I didn't want my sushi to go bad. Oh yeah, we didn't watch the Karl Marx one yet, did we? Maybe we should. Levi Matthews says, I have a friend who's kind of a TERF, and it's sad because she doesn't know any trans people. That's I imagine that's partially why the way she is. It's the reason a lot of people are the way they are. They they've been instilled with a caricature by the media they consume, and it leads them to have a distorted view of the world. There's a movie that does a really good job of this. If you've ever seen the movie Jojo Rabbit, Jojo Rabbit is a movie about a kid who's like a young child who's raised in Nazi Germany, who is basically has to confront the derangement of the world that he lives in. And there's a part in this movie that I think handles that very well. That's sort of like where this kid has to confront the propagandistic caricatures of the people that are now in front of him. I think it does a really good job depicting like how a lot of hate is built on separation, is built on othering, is built on never actually. I love you so much. I love you. I don't know. A lot of that is just a lot of hate is built on keeping people segregated, keeping people apart, refusing to allow them to see the humanity and the beauty in one another, or I should say, one direction usually. Yeah. Jesse Courteous says, Happy New Year. I was wondering if Doe paid for a knit from Willie Muse. I love seeing its name in the background. I don't know. I'll have to double check. I will send, let me send this screenshot. Maybe Doe will know. I don't know if Doe did, but I'll send that. Thank you for supporting the show, Jesse Courteous. That means the world to me. Really does mean the world to me. I'm not sure. Saliva. Unmuted. You're freed. You have been freed, Saliva. You're back. I'm actually surprised that it got you. It's probably because there were too many. Oh, it was too many messages too quickly. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait. You fruit fly. This fruit fly is ruining my vibe. It's really ruining my vibe. I have to train you to not unmute Saliva. She knows what she's doing. She's a notorious KGG spammer. Well, let's let Saliva make a name for herself here. Yes. Yeah, let's let her cook a little. Smallmoth says, "What's going on?" We are, we were just talking about some of my aspirations for 2024. We were talking about my feelings about how hard it is to build community online as trans people, and the fact that a lot of trans people who understandably move online have been sort of conditioned to a position of hostility towards one another. Yeah, been talking about a lot of stuff. Welcome anyway. What does the letter GG even stand for? GG is it originally means good game. It is gamer slang. Good game, GG. But it has been adapted in a whole bunch of different ways. And it is a reference to it's a long chain of references, basically. It started as good game. It got adapted as a general symbol for gamers. A streamer made a website, a fairly famous streaming website that was the streamer's name .gg, because it's available as a, you know, what's it called, the ending part of a hyperlink. And then since then, it's sort of been popular for people to build GG sites, just because, you know, it's gamer. So some people have been muted. I don't know how long the mutes. Ooh, 6 minutes. Oh, that's cruel. All right, I'm gonna let you out one more time. Okay, let everybody out one more time, but next time, tread lightly, because the next one I'm upholding, even if it's a 10-minute one. So be careful. Walk carefully. Kitty Tick says, it's going to be really weird coming up soon. Me and my fiance are getting married in February before our baby comes in May. I am planning on breastfeeding along with her, and I am not looking forward to the intense judgment that is going to be cast when I am just trying to fully connect with and feed my child. I hate that these constant attacks from inside and outside our community might take some of the joy from that even. I hope that's not the case. For what it's worth, there are a lot of supportive people who will not be interested in attacking you whatsoever. While yes, there have been some particularly deranged people online, I will say that most of that comes from outside of the trans community. And most of those people are trying to basically use high-profile public trans people who are very open about their lives as a virtue signal point, which is a constant thing that conservatives do. In fact, it's one of the most common things they do these days. The conservative movement has become, they are so paralyzed in so many different ways that a lot of what they're doing is basically just attempting to, they basically perpetually live in a culture war mentality. And everything is just a symbolic victory for them. It's like all these people, you know, burning Bud Light and all that shit. It doesn't mean anything. They're not actually doing any material harm to anybody. They're just making a weird, like, space is weird and hostile. It's the equivalent of sort of like taking a shit in the middle of the room. And once you realize that, you'll realize that there's a lot, like, you can learn how to avoid it, and you can learn how to stay away from it, at least to a certain degree. Obviously, for people who are super politically involved, you're going to end up running up against it at some point, because that's just part of engaging in sort of political discourse and struggle. But also, I think there's power in starving them of the fuel for their virtue signaling, and also it makes them more desperate. And they can be baited very, very easily. So just keep that in mind. And also, just know that there are a lot of trans people who will support you, no matter what. Yeah, no problem, Kitty Tick. There's definitely going to be some times where we discuss various discourses. like, in fact, there was something that I was gonna talk about. This is, how am I gonna talk about this? Yeah, you know what? Let's just have a very real talk about it. No need to construct a take. My lovely imps, my lovely, lovely imps, I have witnessed a lot of strange infighting in the trans community on social media lately. Not just on Twitter either. Although, of course, you know, Twitter is definitely a place where some of this happens. And one of the sort of central features of this infighting is a focus on separating different categories of trans people into distinct groups. There has been a series of discourses that have spun up about this of varying intensities. Some of them very intense and unimpactful, some of them very intense and impactful, and some of them neither intense nor impactful. But there is a central theme, which is that there is this attempt to sort of separate trans people as a group into differing categories. Some examples of this. There was a discourse a couple of months ago that was going around that was around the word they fab. There has been a lot of discussion about trans misogyny. And also terms have been thrown around like TME, which is trans misogyny exempt, and TMA, which is trans misogyny affected. These terms have been used. I have seen erasure visibility discourse, which usually takes the form of people talking about how trans women are hyper visible and trans men are invisible, which there is some truth to that, but there is but of course nobody's ever actually talking about it in a realistic way. They're always engaging in basically what I consider to be a very hyper simplified version that borderlines on pure falsehood. And recently, there has been a sort of uptick in, and I've seen this myself, an uptick in sort of conflicts between the FTM, MTF, you know, trans femme, trans masc communities, these sort of conflicts, and there's something, like I said, the central thrust or the connective tissue between all of these different discourses is that there's this, there was another one I meant to mention that follows this same thing. So the connective tissue, of course, is that it's sort of separating trans people into these distinct categories that are non-porous, that there is no back and forth really between them, or there is enough of a separation that they can't be considered together in a lot of ways. Another one that I've seen a whole bunch is the, anti-non-binary or non-binary versus transgender, transsexual divide, which of course is laughable. And I'll talk about all of these things in just a second. But again, that one connective tissue that I mentioned. And I want to be fair to a lot of the people that are discussing these topics, because I do see people bring up good points about lots of different things. And I'm gonna steel man some of these things just to show you that I'm not just sort of paying lip service to the idea that people come up with decent points, okay? An example of like a steel man version of the I'll even go so far as to say the non-binary versus trans conversation, one that I've talked about a lot. The steel man version of this is like, well, you know, there are unique struggles that people who are aiming to medically transition face, as opposed to people who are predominantly interested in a social form of transition. That's sort of the steel man argument. And there is truth to that, absolutely. People who medically transition do have unique struggles compared to people who are only socially transitioning. But of course, you'll notice that the conflict is sort of built off of a false dichotomy. The idea that there are a whole bunch of people who are basically, they're medical transitioners, and there's a whole bunch of people who are non-medical transitioners. But the reality is that these groups have massive overlap. Lots of people who, almost everyone who medically transitions also goes through a social transition, and almost every person, not all, but almost every person who goes through some level of social transition will often engage in some level of medical transition as well, to depending degrees. Now, there are, of course, people out there who do one or whatever, one or the other, but there's a huge overlap between these groups. And I noticed that the discourses often aim to basically dichotomize these groups instead of recognizing that there is a huge overlap. There is shared genetics between these two groups, that they're inevitably tied to one another. And then there's this whole essentialization process that goes on. Another example of this is in the sort of they-fab discourse that happened, where people correctly and rightfully point out, hey, it is kind of weird to take somebody's pronouns and then attach their assigned gender at birth or their assumed assigned gender at birth to their pronouns as to invalidate them. And that's what it is. That is what that term is supposed to do. It's supposed to invalidate their gender status. And so that's on one side, and people point that out. And then often sort of the steelman version of the other side will say, yeah, but there's these people out there who are basically, you know, very advanced on the gender front, who might go, yes, I don't belong in the gender binary. I use they, them pronouns, but then ultimately harbor sexist attitudes. Or transphobic attitudes. The example that many people often bring up is the like they fab only housing is the term that some people will use. They'll say like, oh, well, what about these people who said that only only people who are assigned female at birth are welcome, but they all use they, them pronouns. Well, yeah, that's obviously pretty fucked up, and we can acknowledge that that's basically the exact same thing. Except arguably worse, because you're denying somebody housing because of assumptions that you have about their birth sex, that like somehow a trans woman is actually secretly, you know, a member of like a bad sex. But again, this sort of discourse relies on a very, very strange false dichotomy and the propping up of straw men. The truth is that the vast majority of non-binary people out there don't engage in any of this sort of weird sex essentialism. And the vast majority of trans people out there aren't going to experience that from non-binary people. They're going to experience that from cis people, right-wing cis people most usually, and sometimes liberal cis people. But of course, like, there is validity to some of the concerns that are being brought up. Yes, it is fucked up to basically wokely discriminate based on like poorly interpreted TERF feminism. And I've been bothered to see how successful it's been at driving schisms between trans people. Trans people who would otherwise love each other and be stronger together. And a lot of it isn't even concrete. It isn't actually about, you know, one person, promoting and believing in a problematic opinion. There is a essentialization going on, in addition to a sense of sort of like ego-based tribalism, where it's like, well, I have to be on this side of the conflict against those people, against the people who, these people on the other side don't believe that my medical transition matters. Like there's anybody besides like a straw man version of somebody who believes that. And I've seen this so much, and it really makes me bothered. It makes me sad, because again, it's kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier. This idea that like trans people online who need to go online in many cases to find one another become trapped in highly toxic social media ecosystems. And become conditioned to behave a certain way. Conflicts unfold a certain way online, especially in modern social media. And I really want to challenge people to think a little harder about it, to engage a little deeper. The TMA thing is one where I have heard lots of people basically say, hey, these are valid terms that illustrate a real problem. They are bringing up the idea that, hey, like some people don't experience the same type of general discrimination as other people. And there's truth to that. But there's also a dichotomizing that's happening there. And I think a lot of people take the terms out of any sort of analytical frame, and they use them as a sort of political line drawing mechanism. And I think we should be careful about that. Like, I want to genuinely caution people, because I don't disagree that there is analytical value to terms like TME, TMA, which again, for those who aren't familiar with the terms, TME means trans misogyny exempt, and TMA means trans misogyny affected. They're really confusing terms and really easy to get them mixed up. And just to be clear, I recognize I probably should have said this earlier, but since we're talking about this now, the term trans misogyny refers to a very specific form of, like a form of misogyny that is directed towards trans feminine people, specifically and often trans women. It is the sort of intersection of being both identified as a woman and being trans. And you've probably seen this. This isn't some highfalutin academic term, but there can be trans women who are treated online as if they are women. They are treated horribly. They're objectified, sexualized, talked over, talked down to, by cis men often in the same way that women are, you know, that all women are. But also at the same time, their womanhood is invalidated in the same level of motion. So it's, oh, you know, we're going to treat you, in all of the negative ways that we can imagine. All of the misogyny is there, but also we're going to invalidate your womanhood. You don't even get to belong. You are simultaneously excluded from the womanhood and included in all of the negative ways. Hence the term transmisogyny. Again, not a highfalutin term. Just a simple and very valuable term. So now you understand the basic concept that I'm talking about here. Yeah. Yeah, TechnoGal says people saying you're too ugly to be a woman. Exactly. Like ugly women don't exist. You're too ugly to be a woman. It's like, again, it's this unique form of misogyny that we call transmisogyny. Yeah, it's fucked up and cruel and messed up. Yeah. So. These again, the term transmisogyny and even a discussion about who tends to be the target of transmisogyny and who isn't the target of transmisogyny can be useful. But I see these things get transformed from a useful conversation that can be empowering, that can give us tools, into basically being a schism creation mechanism. And I wanted to bring it to people's attention and give my opinion on it, that I think we should avoid doing that. I think that we should, in 2024, let's make it our mission. All the trans people who listen to me and beyond, let's make it our mission to avoid schism creation machines. We are stronger together. Our shared struggles are more than our differences. You, trans women, sitting out there in the audience with your IKEA sharks and your programmer socks and your gamer mouse and your pink gamer chair and your cat ears that you bought on Amazon. You have more in common with you, the trans man out in the audience, with your Tumblr blog and your Hamilton fanfic account and your themed binders. Okay? You two have more in common with one another than you could possibly believe. Okay? I'm serious. I mean it. And god damn it, look, based! Nasty Redacted says, I'm cuddling a blowhigh that I got. I think that's how it's supposed to be said, blowhigh. But everybody says blahaj. But Nasty says, I'm cuddling the blowhigh I got from my trans femme girlfriend. Based! Fucking based! Fucking based! That's what I'm talking about! Oh! I love to see it, the power! It flows! Oh, I can feel the energy! Yes! Our power grows. I will be reading all the super chats momentarily. Another bored person with the $5 says, hypertrad trans people from hypertrad communities are trying to pass the hot potato to literally anyone else, and non-binary people are the easy target. Yes, I do think that that happens. Yes, I do think that that absolutely happens. Yep. True, it is a sacred gift. To receive an IKEA shark from a trans girl is a blessing. And obviously, there are way more types. I obviously was making a bunch of stereotypes there intentionally. Believe it or not, trans people come in all shapes and sizes. Some of us are big, strong, titanic demons like myself. Some of us are tiny gamer programmer nerds, okay? Some of us are twee bow tie wearing hulakians. Some of us are lumberjack core adventure queers, okay? There's a lot, okay? There's a lot. And we are more powerful together. We truly are more powerful together. We are always going to have disagreements with one another. That's just being human. You cannot create a single, and we shouldn't want to create a single sort of unanimous, homogenous blob of everybody who agrees on every single topic. That's not the way that it works, and that's not the way that it should work. But we should learn to approach our conflicts, especially our inter-community conflicts, with care, with love, and with empathy. And also with the knowledge that it is a simple calculation of self-preservation, that we will do better if more trans people can take care of more trans people, regardless of where you fall on the spectrum, regardless of what your terminology you use is, whether you're a transsexual, or you're a xenogender, whether you are an agender, anti-gender, or you're a gender ascensionist, it doesn't matter. We have more in common than we have apart. And while that doesn't mean that you can ignore all differences, I'm not saying nobody should disagree. I'm saying we should do our best to avoid unnecessary conflict, that we should do our best to avoid that's not the right word. That sounds like I'm saying schizo. I mean schism creating, okay? We should avoid huge severances in our community that cause downhill effects, okay? Especially when it's over complex topics that the answers are not easy for. The discussion of trans misogyny and how it functions in our world is not an easy discussion. That is a complicated discussion. The experiences and the sort of difference in experience between you know, every trans person and every non-binary person is arguably impossible to quantify. Every trans person and every non-binary person, every non-binary trans person, every trans non-binary person has a different experience and has different challenges. Some are going to be similar in shape, and we should find the ways that they are and work together to make it easier for all of us. Yeah. Gender ascensionists rise up. That's what I'm saying. I'm a gender ascensionist type. I believe we should ascend above, that we can be beyond gender. Oh yeah, there was another discourse I saw people talking about, which was an old one. Again, a lot of these have been around a couple times, and this one was about assuming gender based on presentation, where it's like, oh, it's you know, invalidating when people ask me my pronouns. I would rather them, I've put a lot of work into my transition. I would prefer them to just assume my gender because I put a lot of work into my presentation. And that conversation, that's an old one. You guys, there's some big fights that have happened over that. Arguably, it was one of the first, that sort of conversation was one of the first, well, I shouldn't say one of the first. It was one of the biggest I ever saw. One of the biggest, like, mass toxicity events that I ever saw online. Or on Twitter, I should say. Jeez, why am I keep thinking, oh wait, there was actually this one. Oh wait, there was that one. It was pretty big. That's what I'll say. Natalie Wynn's original cancellation was mostly over that one. Yeah. And I didn't even think her take was like all that hot. It was like a toned down version of it in my and I think that there's arguments and things to be understood on both sides. For example, I think that the simple reality is that most people are going to assume anyway. No amount of, you know, no amount of people promoting everybody saying their pronouns is going to change the fact that for most of your engagements in society, at least in the foreseeable future, people are going to make assumptions based on your view. But also, it really sucks for people who don't present the way you do. Like, is a butch trans woman any less valid of a woman just because her presentation isn't hyper femme and might mean that some people would assume, you know, her gender incorrectly? I would say that the idea that, like, she's less deserving of her pronouns being used is ridiculous. You know? Yeah. So, and I think that people could talk about this, or could potentially talk about these things and come to understanding if everyone is able to move out of the hyper-essentializing hot take economy. And I want to encourage all of my fellow queer and trans people out there to divest from the hot take economy in 2024, because the stocks have been crashing for a while and you should cut your losses. Unsub Demon Mama didn't use TTTT terminology. It's really funny, but TTTT is past my time, baby. I am gratefully, well, I don't know if I should say yeah, I'm gratefully aged out of that type of world. And anyway, hate to tell you all this, Sorry, but all of you TTT users, you're just rehashing all of the discourses we already had. None of it's new. You're living in the pool of previously existing discourses. It's really funny too because TTTTT hasn't really come up with all that many new terms. In fact, one of their favorite ones, a term called HON, H-O-N, is like the oldest. It's like the fucking oldest inter-trans community slur, and they fucking love that one. They're like, we invented it. It's like, bitch, it's been around for fucking ever. That's like a piece of radioactive of matter that has radioactive matter that's been around for 100,000 years and will be around for 100,000 years. Hun, like short for honey? Yes, as in short for honey. Not people doing a offensive French impersonation. And yes, get out while you still can. There is a better world for you. These self-hating toxic puddles that exist on the internet kill you. They choke you out. And there's more than one. Everybody loves to point at TTTTT, but these puddles exist elsewhere. They exist on Tumblr too. A lot of people love to point immediately at the sort of weird sex and gender policing that goes on in infamous places like TTTTT, and then they ignore the sex and gender policing that goes on places like Tumblr and Twitter. It happens everywhere, and there are some truly deranged ideas that get pushed around, most of which, I'll loop it all the way back around to the beginning of this sort of long rambling segment, are about basically finding excuses to draw pointless separations in the trans community. Pointless separations that are sometimes built off of a nugget of validity, but nonetheless grow into something that is just not healthy and not helpful. Avoid it. Embrace a world where you can find a way to love yourself and other trans people, because you will be so much happier for it. You will be so much happier for it. Anyway, that's all I have to say on this subject for right now. Thank you so much for listening. If you are not subscribed to Demon Mama, why not? Press subscribe down below. And of course, make sure that you ring the bell. Thanks for hearing the signal. Hey, Chariot, wonderful to see you. Absolutely wonderful to see you. There we go. Tumblr radfems, Tumblr anti-sex asexuals, Tumblr true scums battling it out to see who can do the most infighting. True! True! Let me read my donations. Peach Kitty with the $10. Thank you so much. That intensity you showed earlier is so comforting because it is so heartfelt. You are expressing a great many things we are already feeling, helping us to unite the greater community. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for subscribing, Peach Kitty. It means the world to me. Mistress Lynn with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for talking about that subject, Mama. I love it. It has been distressing me lately from your lips to trans ears. Thank you. I truly hope so. Proving Beetle with the $5. Happy New Year, Demon Mama. My first ever donation to you to start things off on a good note. Thank you, Proving Beetle. Thank you so much. It means the absolute world to me that I'm your first donation ever. Thank you so much. Winby with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Tyranax with the tier 1 gifted sub. Thank you so much, Tyranax. Renegade Coffee and Emerald Queen. Renegade Coffee and Emerald Queen, thank you so much for the tier 2 subs. That means the absolute world to me. Thank you so very much. and Cleric Denby with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show. It really does mean the world to me. Thank you so much. Twilight Willowglade says, everyone is valid here. You are loved and you are valued. We are different and all amazing. True. Absolutely true. Tier Star with the 5 tier 1 subs. Dropping this now because I will probably leave once you start gaming because I want to play through the Dark Souls games this year myself. Love your streams. Aw, shame to see you go, but thank you so much for supporting the show before you go. I completely understand wanting to avoid spoilers. You are going to love the Dark Souls series. Truly, you will. Thank you so very, very much. Wonderful to see you too. Love the imps. Yay! Well, the imps love you too. Which Dark Souls are we on? We are at the nearly to the end of Dark Souls 1. Then we will be moving on to Dark Souls 2. With all the expansion materials, we do have to do the DLC still, which I have to look up when we can start the DLC because we have to still do that. But yeah. We're gonna be playing that in just a little bit. Oh, hell yeah, Killjoy. Will you be able to play the DLC with your version of Dark Souls? I should be able to. I don't see why not. Why wouldn't I be able to? No, it is. It's in it. I got a little worried. Let me double check. Let me double check. Okay, yes, it is. It's included in Prepare to Die edition. The other release is is like a proper remake. Prepare to Die was just basically a gold edition. I'm not playing the remake, but yes, I have the remake. Rest well, Snoogin. Rest well. Elden Ring DLC is coming soon. By the way, if you are here and you've been having a good time, we have 363 likes, but 431 viewers. So if you could press like on the stream for me, that would mean the absolute world to me. Seriously, it grows the stream. Your likes are free, and they are like water that grows this beautiful garden. So please consider just smacking that like button over on YouTube. It really does make a big difference to me. Like a lot. It really makes a big difference. I do the experiment every time. Every time we get a surge of likes, we always get a surge of viewers, even when it comes late in the stream. It's wild. Okay, so there was a couple other things I wanted to talk about. Should we do politics, or should we do another gaming thing next? We just did politics. We just did 2 politics. Maybe we should do a gaming one. But then also, if I do the politics, then we can just do all gaming afterwards. Okay. Well, actually, what we're going to do first is I need to go to the bathroom. And in order to go to the bathroom, I'm going to play the bathroom song. So you're not going to go anywhere because, wait a second. You're not going to go anywhere. Not even once. Because if you go anywhere, if any of you leave, I'll be very sad. It will make me sad that you would leave just so that because I have to go to the bathroom. I need to be more healthy about my bathroom habits. I don't want to get sick, you know? So I'm going to play the bathroom song, and then I'll be right back, and we're going to do another politics segment. So if you want the politics, you have to stick through the bathroom song.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom?
Nobody left.
I hope she doesn't lock
We are
the
still at
door when she
421
uses it.
Wonderful viewers.
But if she
Oh my
does,
God,
you
that is-
might need
that
a
is what I
little
love to
running
see.
start.
That's what, okay,
And
we
hope
did
the
lose
door
some,
hinge
but not many.
is weak
Not
enough to
many.
break.
Beautiful. We gotta let it finish, of course. Thank you so much, Sophie. I'm planning on getting it done soon. So it will probably look even better soon.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Banger. Banger. Double D&D weekend, I'm so hyped. That sounds awesome. I miss playing D&D, but I still haven't found time to reliably do D&D. Maybe this year. Maybe this year will be the one that I'm doing it. But I also have other plans. I also have other plans to do for this year. My God, I want to get my tattoos done this year, which is going to be a whole process because I got to get the designs done. Do you do D&D in person over the internet? In the past, I've done it in person, though the last few times I've played D&D, I've done over the internet. Mama's got tats? Yeah, hold on, I can show you my current tattoo. I've got one and I have plans for others. I have the designs, I have the base designs typed up, but I am not a artist. So here's my current tattoo. This one, which I love my tattoo. It looks sick as hell. It is as you can tell, it is a Majora's Mask themed back tattoo. Yeah, it has the Song of Healing, and then it says, follow along after me. Thank you. I know you don't get to see it on stream because the stream is about my face and not my back. I have some really cool plans for tattoos this year. I have some really cool plans. Yeah, second camera. That would be cool. But I want to get my next tattoos I want to do is I want to have my left arm done. I have a concept for a full arm tattoo, and I would love that, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I don't know if that's in the books. A whole sleeve, yes. I already know it's a lot of work and it will be a huge process, but I have an idea for it. I just need to tap an artist for the design. Pain and money. Yep, but my body is a canvas. You see? My body is a canvas. Full sleeves can be pricey. I know they can be. But it's money that I want to spend for something that's important to me, who I am. Plus, let's be real. It looks good. It will make me stand out even more. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Actually, I'm not even kidding you, Evie the Purple. We'll talk in the future. I don't want to make any promises yet. Talk in the future. I have another one planned as well, which is a Pathologic 2 themed tattoo. That's awesome, Harmsy. My unfinished half sleeve has cost 500 too far. That's actually not as bad as I thought. That's awesome, Hyena Girl. That's really awesome. The back tattoo I got cost me $350. That was just a single session. That would be awesome, Nasty, and also very fitting. I absolutely love black work. Black work tattoos are so goddamn cool. Let me see if I can find any good examples. I think good black work is stunning. Absolutely, GayFesh. We'll check that out for sure. Let me see if I can find some cool examples. Oh man, that looks so cool. Oh man, that looks so cool. Look at this. This is just a random one I just found now. Look at how sick that looks. Good, like, well done black work tattoos are genuinely so awesome. They look so stunning. That looks awesome, right? They're so sexy. Oh, 100, exactly, Nasty. Thank you. We are so on the same page. Just amazing. All right, let's take a look at, real quick before we do the next section, let's take a look at GayFesh's new character poses.
You love the new PGs. So this one is just one of them. Actually, here, why don't I
take a
brief break
let's see them all
from this so I can show off all of my wonderful, wonderful new poses, okay? So this is the gamer one, right?
It's so cute.
But this is the main one. Okay, so this is just me being GayFesh. Now, if you want to see here, I still have the old one. Let me pull that one up just so we can get a comparison. This is what I used to look like.
It's such an upgrade.
And this is the new drip. But we've got some more. If I'm feeling happy, and you know, I just got a raid of like 150, so I am feeling a little happy. This is how I feel. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Do the spinny. Well, let's see. I don't have a spinny one, but I do have this shocked face. I think I described this one to Glooby, my artist, as this is GayFesh after seeing Goatsy for the first time. This is me being a little worried. Being a little nervous little fishy. This is me being really sad. I'm a sad fesh. I'm so sad. This is me when I'm annoyed, so like if somebody's spamming chat, I'll probably pull this one out. I feel like there's some other ones that I've got, but I can't quite place my finger on them. Yeah, no, there they are. Hey, how's it going? Also, and if somebody is being really annoying and this doesn't do it enough for them, I will fucking yell at you.
Oh, I love the shake! The shake is so good!
I will fucking yell at you.
That's
anyway,
so awesome!
Welcome in to stream. Let's resume. I am being really bad.
Damn, GayFesh, those are great. Everybody who does not follow GayFesh, bam. Go on and subscribe to GayFesh. GayFesh does media reviews and gaming streams. And obviously, me and GayFesh have done some streams together here. And will, certainly do them again in the future. Go subscribe to GayFesh. Show some love. The new PNG is absolutely amazing. Oh, let me take a look at this. Damn. I like those sleeves. Those look great. Those look great, Mistress Lynn. I love the like the net and or scale pattern. Looks so cool. Okay, everybody, we have one more politics to do before we get to have fun doing gaming, okay? We've been going for almost 3 hours. We've mostly talked about, well, we've mostly talked about politics, actually. But we have one more political thing to discuss. My lovely, lovely imps, it's time for us to discuss Election Year 2024! Lightning, lightning, crash of thunder. It's the year 2024. Joe Biden has been replaced by a cyborg. Donald Trump has been replaced by a moldy pumpkin. And we are all well and truly screwed. Okay, everybody? Welcome to the far future year of 2024, the year that we have all been terrified about coming. Do not come, I'm gonna come. There you go. Welcome to the terrifying future. 2024 is already looking like it is going to be a year of absolute political misery, okay? Biden has completely tanked in the polls. He is doing terribly, largely, seemingly, as a result of his horrifically bad response to the ongoing ethnic cleansing of Palestine by the state of Israel. A lot of Biden Democratic corporate shills have spent their time saying it's gonna go away. This issue certainly won't stick around. But as it turns out, young people and, as it turns out, left-leaning people generally do actually care quite a bit about the topic of ethnic cleansing and genocide. People have been very, very disappointed in his response. And of course, while that's not the only issue, it is certainly a major changing factor. A lot of people have been very frustrated about the economy under Joe Biden. But that has been nothing new. That sort of frustration has existed for a while. The new thing is his position since October of 2023. A few months ago, when this conflict flared up yet again between Israel and the state of Israel and Palestine. It's not going away. some people are saying it's going to go away, that people will forget about it, but I genuinely do not think that's the case. Even the Russia-Ukraine war has not gone away in the public eye. There is less, day-to-day coverage of it, but people still care a lot. People are still talking about the issue a lot. People are still debating about it a lot, and that is significantly less immediately relevant to the American populace than Israel-Palestine, given how close America's ties are to Israel, how America constantly positions itself as the largest benefactor to Israel, and how Israel constantly promotes itself as America's only ally in the Middle East, or strongest ally in the Middle East. This means that the American public is very fixated on this particular conflict, and Joe Biden is not doing well. However, even with all of that said, Donald Trump is not doing so hot himself. Donald Trump has been in legal hot water, basically nonstop for the last 6 months, obviously longer than that, given that he's been in legal hot water since January 6th. But especially in the last 6 months, Donald Trump has been basically essentially sitting on his own balls, so to say. The legal struggles that Donald Trump is currently facing have only gotten worse, and it's progressed to the point that he has been explicitly removed from the ballot in multiple states in the United States. Now, whether or not him being removed from the ballot will actually affect his electoral chances, it shows you where the country is at with regards to their feelings about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is uniquely hated. There has never been, at least in my memory, I'm sure in the history of the United States, but there has never been a Republican candidate more reviled and despised than Donald Trump. Not in my lifetime, not even George Bush. There has been nobody more hated, which means that even with Joe Biden's terrible, terrible, terrible performance, it's a real question as to whether Donald Trump will actually be able to overcome his legal troubles and the fact that he is hated by so much of the populace. The fact that Donald Trump is still the front runner for the Republicans means that there is a significant portion of Americans who will quite literally go to the polls only to vote against Donald Trump. They might otherwise not even vote. If it was another Republican, they might not show up at the polls. But there are a ton of Americans who hate Donald Trump so much that they will show up to vote for Biden just to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't win. Which puts us in a very strange place. We have two extremely old candidates, both of whom have caught COVID during the pandemic. Some of them multiple times. I think Donald Trump got COVID more than once. Their health is not a guarantee, despite being presidents. Neither of them are popular. It is a race to the bottom in popularity, and there is a lot on the line, okay? Because Donald Trump, his promises for office have been deranged. They've been genuinely deranged. Him and his allies have essentially promised to do everything in their power to completely disassemble what we understand as American democracy. Now, don't get me wrong. I am a critic of American-style democracy, okay? There's a lot of problems with American-style democracy. But what Donald Trump and his allies are pushing forward is genuinely troubling. And of course, we've already seen how he behaved. We've already seen the type of damage that he did, the way that he ran the country, the type of decisions that he made. Everything from pointlessly damaging the USPS to the degree that it's struggling to make sure that mail gets delivered regularly. Yeah. 2024 is going to be a very strange year, and it has a small risk of possibly being even weirder, okay? Because it is a very real possibility that either Biden or Trump, or both of them, aren't able to hold out another year in good health. This was the nightmare scenario that I brought up in a previous video some of you may have watched, where I took us through potentials for a nightmare scenario. But we are not clear of the nightmare scenario, and in fact, until the deal is done, until the election is done, we really are not clear at all of the nightmare scenario, which would be genuinely terrifying, okay? I don't know who could even be considered as a backup for Biden. There is no one. Everyone's going to say the obvious choice would be Kamala Harris, but the reality is that Kamala Harris has no public presence. Kamala Harris does not have any sort of public promise at all. Nobody really thinks about her that much. And she wasn't very popular to begin with. Kamala Harris trying to run because Joe Biden became sick or ill or whatever, or couldn't run, would be a disaster. She went on camera like 3 times. And she's barely, as far as vice presidents go, she's been a very behind-the-scenes vice president in a lot of ways. Especially because Joe Biden seems to love to get out in front of a camera, okay? Joe Biden loves to get up there and go, you better watch out, Jack, because I've seen the evidence with my own eyes, and the evidence has seen my eyes. We've looked each other in the eyes, and I know what I saw, Jack. But on the Republican side, no one even stands a chance except Donald Trump. People actually thought, and I will boast just a tiny bit in that I said there was no fucking shot that any of these people were going to oust Donald Trump. I said none of them stood a chance, not Vivek, not Ron DeSantis. None of these people stood a chance against Donald Trump, and that has been completely true. Nobody has even made a dent in Donald Trump's numbers. He's their leader. He's their God Emperor. They made their decision when they got on the Trump train, and very few people have gotten off the Trump train. Okay? Most of them are still on. Most of them are even further on the Trump train. So if Trump was to become ill or not make it to the election, there's no Republican to replace him. There's no Republican who can stand a chance at the moment among Republicans, not even as a matter of Democrats. The Republicans just do not like anybody else. The GOP wants Trump. That's all they want. That's all they care about. They are obsessed with him. There is a total personality cult. So we are in a very, very fucking weird situation for 2024. 2024 is looking like it's going to be an absolute goddamn mess. And what's more is that Republicans are getting more and more extreme, okay? They're getting more and more violent in their rhetoric. In my home state of Maine, the Secretary of State made the decision, which is within the Secretary of State's power, to remove Trump from the ballot. And as a result, the Secretary of State was massively threatened with violence and ultimately was swatted. Now, thankfully, the Secretary of State was not home when the swatting actually happened, but a swatting actually happened on the Secretary of State's house as a result of that decision. And to my knowledge, it wasn't even fully finalized at the time that that happened. Now, I do find it very weird that the police were actually willing to go through with the swatting on the Secretary of State. That seems weird to me, but it just goes to show you where even in small states where, you know, Maine only has a population around 1 million, just how intense the rhetoric has gotten. I was tuned into some of the local comments on local news sites in my home state where people were calling for, there was a recent extremely horrifying spree shooting that occurred, and supporters of Donald Trump were calling for another spree shooter because they felt that they needed to teach this country a lesson, teach the state a lesson for taking Trump off the ballot. Derangement. And at the same time, while right-wing rhetoric has gotten more and more insane, their ability to actually organize seems to be genuinely struggling. They are torn apart. They are fighting each other. There is an incredible amount of right-wing infighting at the moment. A huge chunk of 2023 was spent with a civil war in the House of Representatives between Republicans that was a massive embarrassment. There just seems to be general political disarray at the moment, all around. And of course, all of this is overshadowed by the looming specter of the plague. The skull bird masked cloud of death that hangs over the United States even still. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you knew this, but according to wastewater analysis, we are currently in the second largest surge of COVID-19 infections in the entire pandemic. Most people wouldn't believe it or know it because it's not even close to getting as much coverage as it was. And because, you know, the Biden administration declared the pandemic is over, even though the World Health Organization doesn't think that, even though most health organizations don't think that. It's crazy. And this is just anecdotal, but I know tons of people who've just caught COVID recently. It's actually shocking how many people I know who've got COVID recently. Yes, COVID deaths have been dropping significantly because more and more people have been vaccinated and boosted, and because the virus is weakening over time. Weakening, okay? It's not weak, it's been weakening. It's still very bad to get COVID. COVID is still devastating to your body's systems, okay? And keep in mind that we are still losing quite a lot of people right now. In fact, let me get you an exact number. Let's see if I can get the number. I want to see if I can, I want to make sure that I got this. Oh yeah, they got rid of the normal, they got rid of the tracker. You got to use the other one. The CDC tracker doesn't work so well. Oh, where is it? Take it down too? Did Bing take theirs down? I just saw it the other day. Oh, well, whatever. If anybody has the numbers for me, let me know. I had them before. I just didn't have the thing up because reasons. Hold on, I've got it. I think I've got it here in my second. Go. Yeah, the lack of data is really tough. It's actually hard. My usual go-to is not up anymore. I usually used to go right to the COVID tracker. Where can we see this? Hold on. Trends and deaths. Here we go. So the latest one last week So the most recent deaths that we had was the week of December 16th. The week of December 16th, the CDC recorded 1,203 Americans dead. Okay? So we're losing anywhere. Oh, wow, look at that. The beginning of December, 1,545. The end of November, 1,328. So we are losing about 1,000 Americans every single week to COVID still, which is shocking to think about, okay? And that is what I was talking about when I said, sorry about the little lull there to find that info, but I didn't want to say anything that was incorrect. The specter of COVID death still hangs over this country and its economy. And that many people dying per week, by the way, has very, very long-lasting effects on the economy, okay? Effects that aren't going to go away even in a single presidency. They're not going to go away regardless of who gets elected next. That's a week, Heavy Gretel. That's a week, not a month. That's a week. It's shocking that this is the state of affairs that we exist in. And there's basically no real effort to try and counteract the effects of this. We've just stuck our head in the sand. And by that I mean not we, I mean Joe Biden and Joe Biden's administration has essentially stuck their heads in the sand and said, yeah, we don't need any sort of stimulus. We don't need any sort of counteracting measures to make up for the fact that tons and tons of working people are dying, that tons and tons of working people died, that our economy took irreparable damage over the course of the last 4 years, 3 years, almost 4 years, pushing into our 4th year of plague. It is genuinely shocking. So first of all, be careful out there. But we live in a very strange time in American history. And I feel like we're going to have a lot to talk about this year. I don't know how everything's going to play out this year, but I am very concerned and I am very worried about certain things. On one hand, I'm not going to lie, it doesn't really look like Donald Trump has much of a chance against Joe Biden on a pure numbers level right now. But the numbers guys have been wrong before, and we don't know what's in store. You know, we don't know what could happen around the next corner. There is no prediction that lasts very long in American politics with regard to who's going to be in power, with regard to who's going to be popular. Joe Biden crunched Donald Trump. But can he do that again? Will he do that again? And what could happen in the next, 10 months leading up to the election day? And of course, everybody says never forget 2016. Everyone was 100% sure that Hillary was going to deck Donald Trump, and she just didn't. She just didn't. I do believe that a Republican victory would be disastrous for this country. I truly do believe that. Donald Trump, the Donald Trump presidency was a truly deranged time to live through. It was horrible to be, I think to be anyone, but as a trans person, under Donald Trump, the extremely weird and pointless attacks made against trans people on purely conservative ideological grounds was really terrible to live through, okay? It was a terrible time. And let's not let's not pretend that's the only thing. There was Donald Trump's handling of protest movements, which was vicious and nightmarish. We all remember the black bagging. Everybody talked about that. Almost no one who cares has forgotten about it, but a lot of people in the general public have. And of course, there was the just general disassembly of any of the systems, any of the few systems of fairness that exist in the United States in favor of the interest, primarily of Donald Trump himself, but generally of American business. Donald Trump's presidency represented a dark bargain between government and private industry, which is something that a lot of people don't talk about when they talk about fascism. You know, fascism represents expediency on behalf of private industry. The government essentially acquiesces. The government doesn't dissolve itself. The government doesn't become abolished. These people aren't small government people. What they do is they abolish the parts of government that impede business, specifically the type of business that is favorable to them. War industries, policing, prisons, those conservative industries that are willing to play ball. So there's this coming together of government and finance to align with one another in the name of a more expedient form of capitalistic expansionism. Private schooling, another perfect example. Boy Meets Minnie says this is exactly what's happening in Modi's India. Yes, it is a hallmark of fascism, of fascistic thought. Is basically they disassemble the parts of government. They disassemble social services while using an incredible amount of government influence and even government finance. In basically every fascist nation, the government will invest itself in private industry that is loyal. I'd have to look at this polling numbers. All the info about this. Yeah, Colorado and Maine have both decided that he has been disqualified because of his actions on January 6th. But a lot of people, there's a lot of disinformation. That's another thing that we live in, that we're going to have to grapple with, that I think will make this election a different one, even than prior elections, which is that we truly live in a completely new era of misinfo and disinfo. The information derangement is shocking, to say the least. It's genuinely shocking. That since 2016 to now, the ways in which people can be subject to genuinely deranging information has just gotten so much worse. Like, I mean, think about how, like, social media alone has grown and grown and grown, and their ability to try and not even counteract, because obviously counteracting all misinformation is an impossible task, but to even slow it down at all has completely failed. And there is just a mass reality crisis. People existing in completely alternate realities. I mean, one such example is talking about the jab. If you bring up getting your Fauci ouchie, there are a bunch of people out there who their genuine belief is that people are just dropping dead all over the place after getting their shot, despite the fact there is no evidence to support this whatsoever. They are convinced, and I mean convinced. Hell, it even came up on that hippy-dippy debate. There were people literally sitting there trying to argue the idea that you get a shot and that people are just dropping dead from it all over the place. Made it up. They've just made it up in their minds, or rather, it's been made up for them and they've internalized it. And now we've got AI disinfo. I think we're in for a very strange year. And I don't know exactly what to expect. I don't know what to expect for discourses. I think there's a lot of people who are, especially in political spaces, who are basically sitting here rehashing old conversations. Hell, we even watched a debate, the sort of vote blue no matter who conversation. It feels like it's from a different era. And yet it might be relevant. I don't know. It could be possible that that's what everybody's going to be thinking about this year, because there's so many people mad at Biden that might be a central point of conversation. It's really hard to know, but it does feel like, wow, like we're engaging in like a totally different and changed playing field for electoral politics and politics more generally. I do not know what to expect. However, you know, and it is my promise to you, that we will be keeping our eyes trained on American politics throughout this year, and that we will discuss it together on this channel as we have in the past, as we did in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now 2024. We'll discuss it together. We'll talk about these subjects, and hopefully we will continue to, regardless of the nasty mess on the national level, we will continue to build a better political space for us. One thing that I think Americans have a problem with, and I am calling even myself in the past out on this, and I think it's a cultural issue, is that Americans are hyper alienated, even in comparison to other people in similar nations. We fixate on the spectacle of national politics, and to the degree that we forget our own lives. And I think it's a great folly. It's an incredible weakness. When Donald Trump got elected, I had done everything I could possibly do at that moment in my life to make sure that Donald Trump didn't get elected. I went and voted with my whole household. We voted in a swing state. We had voted in the primary. I had called into various political shows to give my opinions. I had argued with family members. I had gone to rallies, okay? I did everything that I could at that time in my life to make sure that Donald Trump wouldn't win, and he still won, okay? The sad reality is that sometimes, no matter what any one of us does, we can't control something on the national level. And our fixation on the importance of the national level can sometimes lead us to neglect our own actual political power, what we have at our fingertips, what we can do with our abilities, with our hands, with our voices, with our talents. Okay? And I think that's a big problem, especially among communities like mine, where there's a lot of queer and trans people, where there's a lot of minorities generally. Because we need to be able to weather even when things don't go in our favor. We don't have a lot of control. So we have to build ways to weather, survive, control, evade. Okay? Persist, thrive. And that's something that I've always encouraged in my community. But I am, at the end of the day, still just an entertainer. What I can do with my abilities, what I can do with my voice and my camera and my beautiful little setup and all of that, is that I can encourage all of you to think about what powers you have to build connections with one another that can last, things that can help you stay alive. You know, have you ever seen those images of ants staying afloat on a pool? Let me show you a picture, okay? You ever seen that stuff? Some of these are crazy. Man, look at this one. That's crazy. Look at this shit. Actually hard. Oh, wait, why is it so small? It was so big before. Hold on, let me get the big one, okay? Look at that. Those are ants on a pond, okay? All those ants have a way. They link their legs together and they spread out and they are able to create enough buoyancy between their bodies, holding their legs together, that they can actually have an entire colony built on top of ants that are holding hands, okay? I'm not even kidding you. The ants, they all spread out and they flatten themselves out and they hold their legs together to create buoyancy between them. Sometimes an entire anthill can be built on top of those ants holding hands. Okay? Those ants can't do anything. In fact, it's really funny. This is specifically about how the ants are in the wake of a hurricane. An individual ant can do nothing about a hurricane blowing apart the forest, that not even close. No ant can control the arrival of a hurricane. But by sticking together, by building a connection, by floating together, they can stay alive. Their whole group can stay alive. All of them together. Even when a hurricane strikes. And the reality is that we together, all of us collectively, have already seen hurricanes strike, okay? Donald Trump getting into power in the first place was very difficult. And some of us didn't make it, okay? It's just simply true. Some of the people that belong to our community did not make it through. We can do better next time, okay? And it's not by over-fixating on national politics. It's not by dumping all of our energy into national politics. It's by looking for just a moment at what is in front of us, at the world that is around us, the potentials that exist within us and between us. It is about building connections where we can cover for one another, where we can watch out for one another, where we can hold up one another, where we can lift each other up, build together, okay? Building actual connections. And sometimes that process lacks the fanfare and the spectacle of the national election struggle. You don't get to make a flashy advertisement about people becoming friends and rooming up together so that they can weather another economic crisis. There's nothing flashy and exciting about that, but those three people who got together and got a place together and were able to vibe and make a happy home for themselves for a few years lived comfortably for a few more years. And that's beautiful to me. And that's what I want to encourage our community to be able to do, to realize the people who are around you, the world that's around you, to coalesce our power, which we do have. We might be powerless to stop the arrival of a hurricane. It might be impossible, but we are not powerless. We might be powerless to that end, but we are not powerless. We can take care of each other. We can watch out for one another. So keep that in mind going into 2024. That's my message for 2024. I don't know how things are going to turn out on the electoral front. There's no way to predict that yet. And to be honest, we live in a different paradigm. But one thing that remains true is that we have eyes, ears, mouths, hands, feet, skills, spaces, and we can find ways to use those. We should not be blinded by the churning machinery of machines that we don't even control, okay? We should recognize our power, learn how to use it, and if we don't know how to use it, find out how to use it. That's what I'm going to try and help us all to do in my small part this year. Imps together strong. Imps together strong for sure. For sure. That's true, Killjoy. As Killjoy brings forward, people need to get used to going to their local town hall meetings. It was roughly 11 people that caused the majority of book bans. Yeah, that's true. There are all kinds of creative ways that we can engage in politics more effectively. A lot of people want you. A lot of people basically they're only, their only envisioning of how you engage in politics is donating to candidates. Or volunteering for candidates on the national or local level. But there's a million ways to get involved in local politics. And also, there's a lot of weird ways to get involved in local politics as well. For example, making sure that trans people in your life are okay means that there are more trans people in your area who can live another day and who are going to participate in politics in their own way. There are a lot of ways. Politics is more complicated than just vote here now, give money here now. That is a bankrupt view of politics. I agree with you 100%. Sometimes just showing up to town or city hall meetings can make a huge difference. I would like to do that. Proving Beetle, I intend to do that at some point. Does keeping myself alive every day count? Absolutely. What, my imps, is rule number 1? What is rule number 1? What's rule number 1? My imps know. That's right. That's right. We've already got some answers. Do not fucking die. That is rule number 1. Do not fucking die. Yep. Do not die. Don't Fed post. That's just a general chat box rule. That's not rule number 1 of the community. The predominant rule of the community is do not die. I want all of the people in my community to adopt a surviving, thriving mentality. Do not die. Easy peasy. True, Bluestone. Anyway, if you enjoyed this little segment talking about the future and trying to remind everyone of where I believe priorities should remain, please make sure that you are subscribed down below and leave me a comment with your thoughts. If you have creative ways of building your power in these strange times, please tell me down below and make sure that you're subscribed. Thank you so much for listening, and keep listening for the signal. Damn. There we go. That was sick. Good politics segment, huh? Good politics segment, right? Mother Meerset, Demon Mama with the $5. Thank you so much. Demon Mama gives heartfelt speech. Me, don't forget the memes and creams. But seriously, y'all are gonna help me stay sane this year. Much love. Yes, we will. We will do our best to help you stay sane this year. Thank you so much for supporting the show. It truly means the world. Smelanie, becoming a paralegal. Hey, I'm serious. That could help. That can absolutely help. If I did too many like hard politics news segments, Calliope, they would get old. You know, I try to charge them up and make sure that I drop these types of things at a good time, you know? True, Somniastatic. The reality is we can all do more than we think. And I don't just mean like you can spend more time working for the Democratic Party. I mean, there are ways to impact and change our world all the time. They don't always have all of the sparks and bells and whistles of, you know, breaking news, whatever, but they're important nonetheless. The entire world relies on so many small actions. They're so important. That's awesome, Melody. Good luck with that. That sounds really amazing. Good job. Cosine V, that sounds like a really tough position to be in, and I don't think that there's any easy advice about that. It just sounds like you're going to have to, over time, do what you can to make things right, if possible, and move on to the best of your ability. You know, make things right as best as you can, fix what connections you can, and then otherwise move on to the best of your ability. I can imagine that's very difficult, but also that's the consequence of such actions. It is difficult to deal with. True, Proving Beetle, I agree with you. It's good at least that you're owning up with the state of things. That sounds to me like a good start. Hiftel Cakes with the gifted tier 1 sub. Smelony with the tier 1 sub. I hope you had a good Christmas and New Year's. I did. I had a wonderful Christmas and New Year's. Give Yoda a kiss. I will do that. Yoda is doing very well. Thank you to Piftel Cakes and Smelony. Both of those are very, very appreciated. Both of those donations are very appreciated. Based, Hyena Girl. That's also true. Watch out for each other. OS Crane with the incredibly generous $5 says, I spent a lot of time growing in our little lefty niche last year. Now I'm going to do real work this year, not only in politics, but in community engagement. Thanks for being a part of that. You're very welcome, and thank you. It's wonderful to hear, OS Crane. I really wish you the best, and I look forward to hopefully seeing the fruits of your work. And if not, I hope that you will enjoy the fruits of your work regardless, and the people that you touch. Incredible. All right, everybody. Are we ready to game? Because I'm ready to game. We have 410 people here, and I want to issue a challenge to all 410 of you. Stick around for a gaming segment. Because if you've never seen one of my gaming segments, which I'm going to guess you probably haven't, you should stick around. There are about 250 people who will watch all the way into the wee hours of the night because they know how awesome and fun the gaming segments are. I end up talking about all kinds of random stuff. I'm making goofs. I'm making gags. Sometimes we do giveaways. I'm going to probably be giving away some games tonight. And I would love for you to hang out for my gaming segments because I would love to do more of them, and I will feel more inspired to do more of them the more people who stick around. Oh, no worries. I'm not actually going to be gaming for all that long because I've been very tired recently because December was an incredibly busy month for me. So I'm not going to stream, I'm not going to game for like 5 more hours or whatever. So you don't have to worry too bad, but you should stick around for them. It'd be good. Anyway, with that said, with that invitation said, we are going to be continuing in just a moment the playthrough of Dark Souls 1, okay? It has been an absolutely magnificent run. For those who haven't seen it, we started our run with a humble strength build. And we have maintained a humble strength build. That's right. We have been going a big, gigantic sword strength build. We have been going for the Dragon Greatsword. We used a lightning greatsword for a while, and we also used a big old club for a while, but we have switched to the gigantic hunk of dragon metal. I guess it's dragon stone, technically. The gigantic dragon stone sword that we have been using, and we have now reached the depths of the lost city of Acelaces, the home of the demons. We are about to confront one of the holders, perhaps the most infamous holder of all, of one of the dark souls. Or one of the Lord souls, I guess. There's only one dark soul, even though it's called Dark Souls. We are going to confront one of the most infamous bosses in the entire series, in all likelihood, tonight. And depending, we may then advance into the DLC. We'll see how quickly it goes. I am also going to be talking a whole bunch about Monster Hunter, which I've been playing a whole bunch of. Orphan of Kos? No. That's in Bloodborne. We'll be getting there. Gale is the only boss that holds the Dark Soul. Yeah, I think currently. But I think, doesn't Manus, or was Manus at one point the holder of the Dark Soul? I don't remember. Let's get the game going, okay? Let's get this goddamn game going. It's been way too long. It's been way too long. Dark Souls, prepare to die. Let's do this. Whoop. Gonna get this up here. Got the games going. It's been a long time. Yeah, December was too big. It was ridiculous. Oh, the audio cuts out temporarily every time I do this, so don't worry about it too much. It always comes back. Will my controller work, though? Let's find out. Oh, great. It crashed. Great start! Incredible start to the stream. It crashed. It crashed immediately. How? How? What? How did you die all immediately? Old code and spaghetti? Yeah, true. Yeah, it's gonna reset the... Did you ever end up getting a new controller? I did, yes. I did, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. The audio always bungles at the beginning of the stream because that's how Dark Souls is. Old spaghetti code. There we go. Beautiful. We might have to turn down the audio just a tiny, teensy tiny bit. I did get a new controller, and I've been very happy with my new controller. The controller that I got is the Ghoulie Kit King Kong 2. And the Ghoulie Kit King Kong 2 has been an absolute blessing of a controller. It's really, really good. It has these magnetic analog sticks that don't get any drift. The buttons feel great. It's very durable. I very much enjoyed it. Yeah. Why is that on there? Okay, let's get rid of that. So here we are. Look at us. We even got our dragon head ready. We're ready to go. So if you guys remember the last time we played... Oh no, I'm gonna be pressing dark... Oh my god, oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna be pressing... I have to be so careful. I'm gonna be pressing Monster Hunter buttons if I'm not careful. The name is the Ghoulie Kit King Kong 2. Ghoulie, G-U-L-I, Ghoulie Kit. Oh god, I have to be really careful. I keep wanting to press R1 to run. But yeah, if you remember last time, we fought the big centipede demon in this big lava room. We got all the treaty treats out of this room, and then the last thing we did was talk to Solaire. Oh, I really like this controller. It's not a super pricey controller. It's fairly priced, but it's also very durable. Well, I hope you rest well, Vines. Yeah, this is the goofy boss. So we gotta continue through here. Now, do we have all the fire resistance? Yes, we do. Yes, we got the fire resistance. We will not burn from the lava. Look at that, we barely take any damage at all. It's beautiful. Love to see it. Love to see that fire resistance. As you can see, we are wearing the most stylish outfit in the entire game. Our wrinkled flesh is totally fucked up. Wait a second. Oh, we don't got any humanity. Did I die? No, I spent my humanity. There's no way I died. No, I didn't die. Whatever, we'll get humanity again in the future. I don't think I lost humanity, did I? No, look it, we got tons. We're doing great. The centipede, sorely underappreciated, but he's not too bad. He's just kind of goofy is all. That's all. I'm not hating on him. He's just a little goofy. Like I said, he's a goofster. This, I will say, one thing that's weird. Okay, this zone has very soothing audio ambiance. When you get down into this area, it's very muted. It really does sound like you're like wandering around in like a ash-filled, like it feels like you're surrounded by solids. You know, your sound doesn't go anywhere. It's like the opposite of the I guess there's some similarities to the Tomb of the Giants, where in the Tomb of the Giants, it's like there's like a miasma in the air. Where am I going? I don't remember where I'm supposed. Oh shit! I'm in the water now. Fuck. I'm watching. I see the dragon butts. We talked about the dragon butts last time. The unfinished enemies. But why can I not remember where I'm fucking going? Miasma is a great sounding word. There's so many words that mean horrifying things that sound awesome. Yeah, this zone is a total eyesore. I just mean that like the audio ambiance is very soothing to me. Just like you get the little bubbling noises. You guys, I hope it's not too low. You should probably be able to hear it. It's just like... You got like the bubbling lava and all that. Crunched! Our damage is so incredible. Do you think the dragons made the bloated corpse dragon? The asses are what parts weren't used? Maybe. I think that the devs ran out of assets and they didn't know what to do, so... I'll be completely honest. I really don't think there's like a secret lore reason. I don't know. I don't think they know. Wait, there's the city. There's Los Isolith right there. So I gotta go over that way, right? How do I actually... It's been so long since I've done this zone. I don't know that I remember how to get over there. Look at that city, though. It looks so cool. Ah, sepulcher is such a good word. You know where I learned that word? Okay, it wasn't where... Actually, I did learn that word beforehand, but the most memorable use of the word sepulcher is from the Edgar Allan Poe poem, Annabel Lee, which is one of my favorite poems of all time. What a legendary poem. In your sepulcher by the sea. Okay. Ah, there we go. That's where I'm headed, right over there. So I gotta walk through the lava over there. If I jump down here, I'm fucking toast. So we're gonna walk down like this. We're gonna take it nice and easy. Okay, mausoleum is also a good word, but it kind of if you just look at the word, it kind of seems like it's floor tile, like synthetic floor tiles that are made out of mice. Mausoleum. 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 Oh, viscera is a great word. Maya Ostra says, the centipede is the arm of ceaseless discharge that comes to life on its own. It was also the arm that he needed to not feel the pain of lava because it's one with the ring. Oh, that's so fucking sad. That's so messed up. Yeah, exactly. Nasty redacted mouse linoleum. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Home meowner. Only cats could be homeowners. Did you just consciously walk past something, or would you like to learn a secret? I would like to learn a secret. I did not consciously walk past it. What's the secret? What's the secret I'm missing? Tell me. When I was a kid, I thought mausoleum was a form of oil, also like petroleum. There is a bonfire in that central column before the route up. Wait, for real? Really? Did I miss it before? Maybe I got it before, but I forgot about it. Wait, in here? Whoa! Hey! I didn't know about that. That's actually sick as hell. That's actually super useful. Thank you. I forgot about this one completely. That is sick as shit. I completely forgot this was here. Maybe I didn't even know to begin with. I don't have any memory of this at all. But to be fair, I have barely any memory of this particular zone because I do think it's one of the most forgettable zones in the entire fucking world. That actually saved me a ton of running. That's awesome. Oh, cool. Thank you for linking, Windleby. It does look like generic lava dungeon, but I blame that on the console. No, you should blame it on the funding. Take a look at this, okay? First of all, look up above. Really fucking cool. But secondly, when we get around this little hump, I want you to take a look at what could have been. Look at these buildings, okay? Look at the vibe of the lost city of Acelaces. The giant tree root, these structures unlike anything we've ever seen. Titanic structures, massive, way too big for people, okay? Unlike anything we've ever seen. They just did not have time to deliver on the full concept. Look, it's so sick. And there's like the pockmarked burnt roots of the tree. They just did not have the time or the money to deliver on this concept. It's just, oh God, it's so beautiful. What a sick ass zone. This part, and yet incomplete. It's just an unfortunate tragedy. Bro, slash. We can cut through these guys like fucking butter. It's hilarious. These guys don't stand a goddamn chance against us. Okay, that guy's a fake. I don't remember where all the secrets are in here, so I might miss some things. Feel free, if I completely miss something, you can yell at me about it, but I'll do my best. I will be completely honest. I don't have much memory of this zone because I remember it. Do you think that Ash Lake is the mirrored version of this area? Ash Lake is like perfect. Ash Lake is one of the most stunning zones in the history of Dark Souls. And the fact that like all these years later, after playing this game a million times, I still got goosebumps when I got to show you all Ash Lake just proves just how incredible it is. It feels so good getting to this zone with a giant sword, knowing that this zone is really hard for anybody who doesn't have a giant sword, and the previous zones that we were in are really hard for giant sword users. Like, Tomb of the Giants is a nightmare for giant sword users, but it's easier for everybody else. And this zone is a nightmare for everybody else, but is a real breeze for giant sword users. It feels so good. Because everybody else, these guys are made out of rocks. If you have a thrusting weapon, if you have like a little shitty fucking axe, these guys are annoying. But with our big sword, we kill them in one hit. They don't even stand up to us, not even a little. It's sick. Woo! Yeah, all right, bro. Double kill. That was fucking brilliant. Oh yeah, I imagine mace users have an okay time. God, what a zone. Okay, that's just a... Also, this zone is oddly linear. I remember there being very few secrets or anything in this zone, unlike every other zone where there's just like a million little buried treats. I remember this zone being very short and very linear. That one's a fake one. You can tell because it's got a gem in its mouth. Hey, nice. Okay, there is an item up there, though. How the fuck do I get up there? Okay, I think I'll have to come around to that spot. All right, you guys ready for one of the most cool and like you'll never see them again enemies? I fucking love these guys. All right, look at these. Look at this guy. Do you see him? Can you see him? Can you make out this funny little dude? I love this guy. One of my favorite enemy type designs is dude with tentacles, mouths, and lots of eyeballs. One of my favorite archetypes of guy. One of my favorite types of boy. Just love him. Oh, look, and he spits on you, too. Goodbye, my friend. It was nice knowing you. Look at him. What a guy. What a little dude. Okay. So, test these. Nope. This one? Nope. Okay. So to the right, there's an item. I know that much. That one's got a gem in his... He's moving! Why is he moving? This one's got a gem in his mouth, but he's moving. Do you see that? That's messed up. Okay, we're gonna get this item real quick. Oh, okay. Whoa, okay. He scared me just a little bit. Right, Howlsor? Howlsor says, I'm not usually into gaming streams, but damn, the vibe here is golden. Isn't it sick? We keep it fun here. We keep it fun, we keep it chill. I got lots of stuff to talk about. I'm always commenting on things. Sometimes we talk about lore. Can you beat Dark Souls as a noob, or do you have to keep starting over? You don't have to start over. There's no starting over. You might have to die a bunch on a boss, but you never have to start over. Dark Souls is a game that you get better at each time you try, as long as you have a learning mentality. As long as you are watching for what ways you can improve and trying to learn, you will continue to get better at Dark Souls until finally it clicks. You might have to die a bunch. It's not a roguelike. When you die, you don't have to start the whole game over again. You just have to try that area again. That's it. And it's usually really, really fun. Oh, that sounds really fun, Killjoy. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds great. Okay, so that's one way I can go. That's another way I can go. We'll go up first. Go down second. You guys gonna try and get up here? Oh, they're not succeeding, so we'll let them go do their own little thing. We're gonna go up this way. Whoa, hey, bro. Hey, we got a witch on us. What the fuck's going on here? Hey, hey, back off. I forgot if there's supposed to be invaders in here, but we got that one, so... Yes, yes, quite literally. That's one of the things that makes it wonderful. Killjoy points out, self-improvement is quite literally a meta mechanic written into the Dark Souls games. It's written in the lore that you are meant to die and return as a relentless adversary for these people. Yes! Or you hollow out. Or you give up and you become a hollow. It's by Kirk? Oh, shit. Okay, so maybe... Okay, I will go and I will get the next bonfire I find. I will reverse my hollowing so that we can do the invasion, because I would like to do the invasion. Yeah, your character stops being puppeted by a conscious source. Oh, okay. That is the boss, then. We're going to skip that, and we're going to continue exploring. I am not looking forward to this. This is going to be a bad time. Boy! Hello, boy! I should let him get me. I'm gonna let him get me. I'm gonna let him get me just so you guys can see. Hey, look at that! Oh! Horrifying! Oh, horrifying. And then he spits you out of the tube! I love that. I love how he spits you out the tube. These guys are great. I love these guys. They're so cute. Come on, you can't tell me they're not fucking cute. They're adorable. You would hug one of those if you could. If it wouldn't eat you, and maybe even if it would eat you. Some of you, I know you guys are into weird shit. Hey, treasure chest. Pyromancy, Chaos Fire Whip. They do kind of look a little bit like a Venus flytrap. They look a little more like a pitcher plant to me. They look like a pitcher plant mixed with like a what's that thing called from a shoggoth, I think is what they're called, a shoggoth from Lovecraft. They're very Bloodborne-y, honestly. There has always been cosmic horror in the Souls series. FromSoft loves their cosmic horror. Even in the older games. There's a lot more cosmic horror in Bloodborne and Elden Ring, but all of these games have some cosmic horror shit in them. And it's great. I love it. Cosmic horror makes me happy, seeing as how it's representation for my kind. That's true, Hyena Girl. Hyena Girl says, Shoggoth sounds like a Scottish way of telling someone to fuck off. Yeah, true. Oh, Shoggoth. That's not a very good Scottish accent, but that was my best impersonation off the cuff. Ow. Youch. Pyromancy is one of the main ways to cheese Gwyn, actually. There's a way to cheese Gwyn with Pyromancy. It is true that it's not as strong. Pyromancy is like strong through most of the game, but struggles against the final bosses. But the first time I beat this game, I beat it with a Pyromancy. The first time I beat this game, I beat it with a Pyromancy build. I really like Pyromancy in these games. I don't know what we're gonna do for Dark Souls 3. I haven't decided yet what we're gonna do for Dark Souls 3. I don't know if we want to take this character into the future and do pure strength for Dark Souls 3. or if we want to do something different. I think a pyromancy playthrough for Dark Souls 3 could be really, really fun, personally. Hold on a second here. No! I remembered that that happened right before I fell down. I was like, wait a second, this is the floor collapse. Also, if I remember correctly, there's like a weird little secret in this area, but it doesn't do anything for you, so I don't know if it's worth it. But there is, like, if I remember correctly, there's like a weird little secret. Pyromancy for Dark Souls 3 makes Ringed City really, really rough. Oh, Ringed City is already really rough. Ringed City is brutal. It's rough no matter what you're playing. I can't think of a single build that makes Ringed City easy, I'll be completely honest. Ringed City is just hard as shit. We're not doing a meathead build for Dark Souls 2. I already promised that I would let Chariot pick my build for Dark Souls 2 because Chariot has promised some really good ideas. Look at these guys. Look at these little dudes. I love them. I love them so much. Oh my God, the little bros. They're red. They're so hungry. Oh, they can catch you. I didn't know if it would actually catch me like that. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I didn't know for sure if it would just actually just catch me right up. Oh, poison. Oh, we're dead. Now we ate it there. How hard is it to change builds mid-game? In Dark Souls 1, it is quite difficult to change builds mid-game. In Dark Souls 2, I don't remember if there's a feature to respec in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 3, you have 5 respec tokens that you can use functionally as long as you don't make certain decisions. Most people will have 5 respec tokens, which means that in Dark Souls 3, it is fairly easy to change your build part way through. Yeah. There is no respec in Dark Souls 1, which is a bit rough. I like the game. I like the fact that I like it when these games have respecs. I really do. I really think the respecs are very, very good. They do look like a tick that might live on a dragon. I think that I mean, that's a feasible possibility because these guys are demons, so they're at least as old as the dragon, or they're not quite as old as the dragons, but they're close. Wait, hold on. First, kindle. No, wait. First, reverse hollowing. Then kindle. Good night, Sophie. Or good night, Melanie. Now, oh. Sorry, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? My character looks so good. We did such a good job. The Dark Souls 1, oh yeah, we gotta put our dragon head back on. Love it. Good night, Xerox13, sir. I hope you have a great night. The Dark Souls 1 character creator is very bumpy, okay? It doesn't let you make very realistic looking people, but I think we did a really good job. I've gotten so good at making characters in game character creators. You guys should see my characters for Monster Hunter. Oh my God, my characters for Monster Hunter are fucking hotties, okay? They're fucking hotties. Okay, so wait, oh, there's an item there that I didn't get. Oh. still fat rolling. Kind of sucks. Oh wait, it's because we had to take off the ring. Wait, we can put the ring back on. There's no lava here. So we can put our ring back on. We can put our Havel's ring back on so we don't fat roll. There we go. That'll make life a lot easier. What game is this? This is Dark Souls 1. The original OG Dark Souls. We'll be moving on to Dark Souls 2 fairly soon. We have quite a few bosses remaining in the DLC, and we have a couple more base game bosses, but not all that many, honestly. Oh, shit. We've been making really, when we play, we've been making good progress, but I haven't played in a while. We haven't done gaming streams in a while because of life. Life has been busy, you know? But I promise I'm going to be trying to do a whole bunch more. And if you guys keep turning in, wow. If you all keep tuning in at these numbers, even for gaming streams, I'll do gaming streams more frequently. I dream of a day where I can just spin up a gaming stream with nothing else. But right now, it still doesn't feel viable. It still feels very important for me to always do at least one politics segment before we do gaming. I'll just be completely honest. We'll get there someday, I hope. That sounds awesome. Is that, isn't that, Nicholas Refn's show, Copenhagen Cowboy? I think Hideo Kojima was not just a part of the like, he didn't just have a cameo. I think he was part of the production. And the person who made that show was a character in Death Stranding. Maybe I'm thinking of a different show. Yeah, Nicholas Refn, yeah. He plays the, he is the motion, he is the body for, Hartman in Death Stranding. He also, he also did Drive, which is cool as fuck. Him and Von Trier had a major beef. Ooh, really? That sounds, ooh, that sounds juicy. Now that's the type of drama I would love to hear about. I've heard Lars Von Trier is kind of a giant piece of shit. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that. He made Bjork's only acting experience a living hell. Yeah. Yeah. That checks, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna go over there and get our stuff back in a second. First. Von Trier was hugely into his Dogme 95 movement. At the time, the way to make films and his monastic-like rules and all that. Winding Refn was like, that's dumb, Lamau. They used to go back and forth in the press. That's really fucking funny. Oh, that's actually so funny. That's actually so perfect. Ouch. Jesus Christ. Gotta remember not to always lock on in this game. You only get the 4-directional dodge in this game. God damn. Brutal. Yeah, these demons are kind of hot though, aren't they? They're kind of hot, right? Look who it is. It's our boy. It's our boy. Look at that. He's hanging out up there. It's our boy. Lizard time. Let's get him. Let's get him before he gets away. He's running. Not today, bro. Shop. Yum. Hey, we can open this now. We don't have to worry about it. We're all good. We can open this without any worries. Look, there it is. Hey! Look! We killed it. We saved our boy Solaire. Remember when we had to do that stupid bullshit? Opening the goofy door here? Remember that? And we had to spit the poison through the door and all that stupid shit? That was because if we don't, then this guy will put the hat that we just picked up. That gold item that was over here, he'll put that on. And if he puts it on, he becomes, he goes hollow. We don't want him to go hollow.
Was it all a lie? Have I done this all for nothing? Oh, my dear son. What now? What should I do? My son. My dear, dear son. Was it all a lie? Have I done this all for nothing? Oh, my dear son. What now? What should I do? My son. My dear, dear son.
We'll get to see him again, eventually. Door opened. Bug crunched. Bug crunched. Bug crunched. Okay, all right. We have to let's get serious, everybody. Let's get serious. Oh, that was the talk icon. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. The sunlight, I would put the sunlight magnet on, but here, let's look at it. We can look at the item. I didn't even read the item description. What kind of a Dark Souls fucking streamer am I? Here we go. The sunlight maggot, a loathsome parasite that inhabits lost Acelaces. It is completely immobile, yet it still lives. When worn on the head, it emanates a blinding light, which is why it is known as the sunlight maggot. If you don't kill that maggot, in his despair, Solaire gets transfixed by the bright light of the sunlight maggot, and then he puts it on his head and gets parasitized by it and becomes a hollow. Very, very sad ending, which we have avoided. There's two ways to do it. You can either if you are loyal to the demon spider lady, which we're not because we're in the dragon, we're the dragon covenant. That's why we have the dragon head. If you're loyal to the demon spider, she can open this door early for you, which means that you'll be able to kill it before he gets there. The other way is what we did, which is the cheesy way to do it. You breathe poison or fire through the door and you kill the maggot before he gets there. But the normal way that you do it is you join the demon covenant and you kill a bunch of people. But obviously, that means you gotta kill a ton of people. And we are Dragon Covenant. We are a warrior of the dragons. We don't have time to serve the demons in this playthrough. Where's the first part of this playthrough? Oh shit, I didn't put it in this title. The first parts of this playthrough are on the channel in the VODs. Almost all of the VODs are titled correctly. This year, my goal is to get all of the video game playthroughs edited and put up on the video game channel. But we've been a little bit behind on that for a while. So you'll have to just search Dark Souls. I gotta change that real quick. I'm gonna put that in the title. Hold on one second. I'm gonna actually take a moment here to do that. And that it's in the title of this stream. The Dark Souls is in the title of all of the streams so far. There we go. Bam. Perfect. Problem solved. There is a gaming channel. The gaming channel is, it's called Demon Mama Gaming, and it's just a repository for my gaming playthroughs. The Inscription playthrough is up on there, and the vast majority of the Cult of the Lamb playthrough is on there. The Revengeance and Dark Souls parts have not been uploaded, which we'll do in the future. Hey, Fafella, true! You know the story behind that, right? That was my name before I was Demon Mama. I was Dragon Mama before I was Demon Mama. Oh yeah, shit. Why didn't you call it Gaming Mama? Because I don't remember why. I made the decision to not call it Gaming Mama, but I don't remember why. A slab. Yep. Before I was Demon Mama, my old usernames online used to be Dragon Mama. Oh boy, there are a lot of holes. There's a lot of dangerous holes around here, aren't there? Ouch. Bro. Real? You can just walk over that hole? What the fuck? That was a little weird. I didn't know he could just walk over the fucking pit. Oh boy. Oh, I hate that! God damn it. That's gonna make things difficult for us. One swing. This thing has the worst, the absolute worst durability ever. And it's gonna make life really difficult if I don't change. Where's my fucking thing? Where's my fucking thing? Give me my great sword, you bastard! Where's my great sword, you bitch? Stop! fucking greatsword! There it is. Okay, okay, okay. We're good, we're good, we're good. We're clear, we're good. Right as we got to the hole. Woo! We're in the clear. I hope to make the gaming channel a proper repository in the future, but I'll be completely honest. Like I said, there's been some, you know, we've had a little bit of difficulty keeping it afloat the whole time. Because it's just it was a lot of work, and I only have one editor, you know? Emu Anon, I won't be able to click on that. There's no way I can click on that at the moment without breaking my screen. Can you give me some idea of why it's spoiler text? Is it game spoiler text? Is it relevant game information? Oh yeah, I forgot we have the Dragon Eye. I did look at it. I did look at your email. You said to give it to somebody else, but I just never, I never got around to it yet. I've been busy. Have you seen Illuminati's video about voting? No, but I considered watching it for the channel. Do you personally think it would make a good react? I haven't seen it yet. I really like Illuminati. Wait, you needed a response? Oh. I didn't know that there was something that required a response in there. I apologize. It's really good, but it's really long also. Well, lots of very long things are also very good. Bazinga, 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 right? I feel like I missed some treasure down here somewhere. I feel like there's probably treasure in there, right? Mithril with the 5 gifted subs on YouTube. Thank you so much, Mithril. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. Where am I? What? Where am I supposed to go here? Oh. Oh. Okay, I think I explored everything down here. I think. Is Illuminati a play on Illuminati? Not Illuminati the channel. I think they're like both plays on the same word, but I don't know for sure. Okay. All right. Well, that was a solid little dealio there. Now what? Okay. Now we run back down the hallway. Now that we got all the treasure from down there, we run back. Wait, where the fuck am I supposed to rescue Onion Knight? Somebody said that Onion Knight is here? Also, I'm supposed to be able to get invaded here somewhere, but I have not been invaded. Yeah, guys, imagine that. The Illuminati has bad connotations. Woo! Where the fuck is this guy? Kirk is closer to the boss. Oh, there he there he is. Here he comes. This little bitch. Yeah, eat shit, asshole. That's revenge for last time. Remember when he killed me in the sewers? Fuck that asshole. Not this time. Oh shit, I didn't see the items he dropped. God damn it, what did he drop? Oh, why do I do that? I accidentally click away the items because of the stupid text that pops up on the screen. Woo! I don't remember what he fucking drops. The little bitch. Charlie Kirk invaded my world and he lost. Just like what would happen if he invaded my world in real life. The creature just splooged? Yes, it does. Depending on how you've interacted with Onion Knight, he would have been there to help you fight the tentacle monsters. Oh, where did I miss Onion Knight then? I must have missed him somewhere. That's unfortunate. And I wonder where. I really do. I wonder where I missed the Onion Knight. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Hey, Morgan Sucks. The character is a bit lewd. Wait, how lewd are we talking? Is this not safe for work, or is it just like tasteful topless art of the topless spider lady? Because the topless spider lady is fine to share in chat, but if she's like getting railed at her spider pussy, we can't really share that in the chat. He drops a spiked shield, barbed straight sword, and armor of thorns, and humanity. Okay, all right. Yeah, the side quests are always obscure, but I think they're magical. And the reason why I like the obscure side quest when I don't normally love that sort of thing the reason why I like it in these games, because I don't, even when I don't like it in most other things, is because these games are, first of all, very replayable to begin with. They're extremely good to replay. And secondly, they are designed with community knowledge sharing in mind. And the complex NPC quests is designed to make you seek out the knowledge of other Dark Souls scholars. And it succeeds at that very well. So that's why I'm forgiving towards it. Lords of the Fallen is another game that has really fucking, honestly, way more obscure NPC quests than any of the Dark Souls games, like in a way more asshole-ish way. And it doesn't succeed because it fails to ever encourage you to do anything but stop playing, honestly. Without the community aspect, it's torture. Yes, but the idea is that people will keep the community aspect going, that the information will be stored in tomes so that even many years from now, people will be able to find it. And so far, that's true. Dark Souls 1 is an old-ass game at this point, and you can still very easily find all of the information about all the story quests. Pretty great. There we go. Leveling up time, yes. All right, let's take a look. So we have capped out at our strength scaling on the dragon thing. Means vitality, endurance, we've crossed the threshold. We're not getting any more stamina from endurance, but we do get equip load. We don't really need it anymore though. I think our answer is to keep pumping vitality. It's tasteful? Based. I'll take a look at it later when I can. Okay, so what we want to do now Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We have to be very careful here. We do not want to warp yet. Because if we warp now, we'll have to run all the way back over here. And that would be fucking terrible. So wait, hold on. We have 22,000 souls. I'm going to eat some of these souls. Those aren't worth it. What about these? Oh my god, they're not worth anything. Let's eat them all up. Good night, Alexi. You're very welcome. Here we go, the most exciting part of Dark Souls, of OG Dark Souls. Look at our character. She's so sexy with her nasty yellow robes and her cool dragon head and her exposed thick midriff. I love her. Isn't she great? She's so cute. She's so great. I love her. What the fuck? Wait, we still have 20,000? Wait, so what's our level up cost? How did I miscalculate? Our level up cost is only 44,000? What the fuck? What's going on here? I thought it was way more than that for some reason. True, Lucifina Laurel. Based and accurate. This is gonna push us over again. No, it's not. Okay, that's good. That's acceptable. That's an acceptable level. We've just beefed up our HP bar. Look at how big our HP bar has gotten. Damn. Can't complain about that. Do not fuck the spider lady imps. It's obvious she's having mental health issues. I'm so sorry, but I don't think there's a single person in the Dark Souls universe who isn't having some kind of severe mental issue. Everyone's on equal footing, okay? You just, with very few exceptions. There's probably a few exceptions to that rule, but I don't think, I think that generally, oh shit, we gotta repair. Yes, Morgan sucks. In fact, I've talked about this. It's not usually in my dreams, but one of my bedtime fall asleep rituals is to think about comfy locations in various video game worlds. And I try to think about them in all kinds of different ones, even scary games and stuff. Shitty ass kid says, how likely is it for Trump to be president? No fucking clue. That is your guess is as good as mine. Good luck. I have no fucking clue. I don't know how we would ever figure that out. Honestly, it seems like a total crapshoot. I don't know. I don't feel like the chances. I feel like the chances are pretty high that he loses to Biden still, but who fucking knows at this point? I don't know. The pollsters are just completely full of themselves. We have no fucking way to read those polls. You need to be an actual statistician to be able to tell which polls are trustworthy at this point, and even then, the statisticians have been wrong, so it's very difficult to tell. I will say that Donald Trump is like the least popular guy who's basically ever existed. He's very popular with his cult, and then everyone else absolutely despises his guts and wants nothing to do with him, which means there's probably a good chance of people turning out just to make sure that they get to see him lose, and his annoying followers. Oh yeah, that's another part I didn't discuss before, which is that we discussed how everybody hates Donald Trump, but we forgot to discuss how much everybody hates Trump, how much everybody hates the MAGA idiots, okay? The MAGA, have to avoid, listen, the MAGA people, everybody loves to see those people get triggered, okay? You know how Donald Trump was able to win, at least in part because he was able to convince people that they would get to see Big Red scream and stuff like that? That they would get to see SJWs on the internet go, ah! Well, imagine that, but 10 times stronger, because we've already seen them screeching and whining about everything, and it's become a national pastime for like 70% of Americans to see Donald Trump fans cry and whine and bitch. And so there's a non-zero, like there's actually, I wouldn't even say non-zero. There is a significant portion of people who will vote against Donald Trump just because they would love to see his fans get mad. And they know people in their lives who are gonna be super mad. Like you, like try to tell me that you, like, you're just like an everyday, like say you're like an everyday car mechanic, okay? And you used to work a cool job with your uncle, and then in 2020, he got on the MAGA Trump train shit and started being really annoying and racist and transphobic all the time. And you used to have a good time going into your job, fixing cars, hanging out, maybe have a beer with your uncle after work. And now all he talks about is like immigrants and how the trans people are gonna make him wear dresses and how gay people are secretly out to turn all the frogs gay. And your life is like a miserable wreck listening to this guy never stop blabbering about it. You're telling me you aren't gonna go vote as hard as you can just to spite that motherfucker? Yeah. They didn't predict it, okay? They campaigned. Donald Trump built a own the libs movement, okay? And they did not expect the pendulum to swing the other way, which is that people love owning MAGA, okay? They absolutely, they cherish it. It's like, it's the most delicious thing in the world to them to get to own screeching MAGA losers. Yeah, so. T. Levy's, souls come in sizes like large, etc. That's something that's very funny to me. Yes, because in this world, as something accumulates victories, it actually absorbs the souls of those that it has eaten or defeated and grows in power. And when it dies, it leaves those souls behind as like a soul mass. And there's a ton of this in the lore of this universe that's discussed over the course of the games, like how that affects things. Because sometimes the souls will dissipate into the environment or leach into the environment, warping and changing the environment itself. And other times, other beings, such as ourselves, will come by and accumulate the souls for ourselves and use them to our own end. It's actually not just a person, it's all living things, Somniostatic, because you also get souls from things like rats. And even dead bodies presumably contain some level of souls, like residuals of souls. Because in Dark Souls 3, there is a dragon named Midir. This has appeared multiple times in the games, that there is like cannibalism can lead you to souls, even the cannibalism of dead bodies, which is like, but Midir, like explicitly, he feasts on the like the rotting souls of darkness tainted warriors, whose bodies presumably maintain some trace of their souls. Pretty interesting. Momoka says, the problem with Trump is Biden is screwing up bad. Trump has a high chance of winning if the young don't show up to vote because of the Israel war. The problem is Biden is screwing things for Biden. Yes, I agree with you on that. I just don't know how, I don't know if he's screwed it enough to lose yet. It's really hard to tell. I do think it's a risk, but I don't know. HairGuy1122 says, Dear Mama, I think my favorite aspect about Dark Souls 1 is how hopeful most of the NPCs are. In such a grim world that's just slowly rotting away, they still have a life. They've still got a lot of life for being hollows. They're not hollows. Most of them are not hollowed yet. They're just undead. I've never found as many good-hearted, hopeful characters in the other sequels. There's still a lot of negative and or twisted characters, but yes, in Dark Souls 1, there is a abundance of good characters. But also, that's thematic. Dark Souls 2 and 3 are worlds that are getting worse. By the time that you get to Dark Souls 3, the fire has been relinked thousands upon thousands of times, an innumerable amount of times. The fire has been relinked so many times that places that you are in Dark Souls 1 are buried under like thousands of feet of ash. It is like the world of Dark Souls is literally running out of soul energy. There's been so many souls consumed by the fire and turned into ash that the world is actually collapsing in on itself. There's not enough life force to sustain the universe anymore, or at least so it seems. And then you play Ringed City and you realize that actually it's just a new type of universe that is being born. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin. And if you want to see hopeful characters, you should play the DLC for Dark Souls 3, because you will find some hopeful characters there once again. Exactly, hair guy, exactly. Oh man, I can't wait to play this. But now, everybody, it's time to focus. Are you fucking ready? Are you fucking ready? Because it's time. This is the worst fight in the entire history of Dark Souls. Here we go. Woohoo! Skateboarding section, woohoo! Oh yeah, skateboarding. Twilight Willowglade with the $5. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night and have a wonderful time with your girlfriend. That sounds amazing. Big tree. Big tree. No, it's not the only way, I don't think. But it's the main way. Big bug! In the tree! Okay, okay. Ah! And that's it. And there you go. Already over. Now we try again. Amazing, beautiful fight. So incredible. And you want to know the most amazing part of this incredibly beautiful fight? You want to know the best part? It's totally randomized. The music is super loud. Sorry, I'll turn it down a little bit. I'm so sorry. I turned the music up so that it would be more like epic, but it might be too loud. I'll turn it down a little bit. Hopefully that'll be loud. Hopefully that'll be much better. I want people to be able to hear the OST. There's a bonfire in between. Where's the bonfire? Where did I miss the bonfire in Lost Acelaces? Which bonfire did I miss? Yeah, the pieces of the floor that fall out are random, and the monster tries to push you into the holes. And if you fall into the hole, if you get pushed in, then you just die. But also sometimes when you try to dodge getting pushed in, you just die anyway because your dodge would put you into a random hole. It sucks. I hate it. So wait, where am I missing the, which game has your favorite OST? My favorite OST, personally, is probably Dark Souls 3. And then also Elden Ring. But I think Dark Souls 3 beats it for me. I don't know why. There are so many tracks that I revisit in Dark... Wait, why'd this guy come back? Wait, what the fuck? Why is he back? I'm so sorry. I defeated this guy, and I've rested since then. He doesn't always respawn, right? He didn't respawn last time we went through here. We rested at the thing and everything. That's weird. This is the one, okay, but I remember now. This is the one that you mentioned respawning. So where is the midpoint? Where's the midpoint fire? People said there was a fire in between here? It's a Titanite demon, actually, I believe is what it's called. I think it's called a Titanite demon, not a golem. But I don't know how much of a distinction there is. Anyway, I was saying there's something special about Dark Souls 3's soundtrack for me. There are just so many banger tracks that I remember. Not that there aren't really good ones in Dark Souls 1. It's just, to me, Dark Souls 1's music is a little bit harder to tell which boss is which. Whereas in Dark Souls 3, like I said, I've said this every time we've talked about this subject, and I'll bother you again. I got in a little mini argument with Doe and my partner, my other partner, about how like unique the tracks for Dark Souls 3 were, and I had them just off the cuff blind test me, where they just played songs and I guessed the bosses, and I got like 13 out of 15 right. And I just think that Dark Souls 3 has just, and also it has some of the highest highs. Dark Eater Midir, Gale, Nameless King. Oh my God. Nameless King is so legendary. Oh, okay, Madison. All right, let's see if we can do this now. There's worlds of difference between a golem and a demon, to be fair. Yeah, but these guys are kind of like, they're kind of like statue demons. Which, to be fair, there's a couple of statue-like demons in this game. Now I feel like the music is too quiet. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? What the fuck is this? What? Am I just ruined? Oh wait, that thing doesn't respawn, does it? Okay, that's right. I don't have to do that side again, do I? Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. You fucker. Stupid shit. Oh shit. Big, fiery, bug spirit, ghost tree. Look at that, there's a hand. Doesn't matter. Whoa, okay, ouch. Really? Can you really? Can you stop? Can you fucking stop? Oh, you bitch! Oh. I hate this stupid boss. Oh, I fucking hate this boss. I told you, this boss is actually trash. You guys, if you guys could see what the reviews for this boss were like at the time. Oh my god, the rage. This is not even a fraction of the rage that was present at the time. You can't even begin to imagine. Also, I forgot to put my dragon on. That's why we lost. Roar! That's me putting on the dragon head. Roar! Just a game that is full of absolutely legendary bosses, and then this absolute joke gets put into the game. Literal joke. A total fraud. With a crazy long run back where 90% of the fight is impossible to see, nonsense, nearly unpredictable. Yeah, and it's a mandatory boss. You cannot skip this boss. You cannot beat the game if you don't beat this boss. Have you noticed that, like, at this point, like, I don't know, 20% of the time that we've been playing Dark Souls tonight has been devoted to running back to this boss or this boss's area? Sucks. Wait, you can firebomb her from afar? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know there was a firebomb. I don't know the firebomb trick. That sounds awesome, to be completely honest. Next time I'll do that. If there's like a firebomb cheese, I'll do that in the future. But I thought you had to get the arms and legs every time. Okay, so we shouldn't... Skill issue, lol. Lol. You're so funny. Low effort trolling is so cute. So cute. You bitch! You motherfucking bitch! I literally, I rolled in everything! Yes, I know it looked like I threw myself in the hole, but that's because you're supposed to. You're supposed to jump down there, land on that log without getting swatted. Ugh. Vontix with the $10. Thank you so very much for supporting the show with the $10 super chat, Vontix. Vontix says, I'm wondering if the Dems will be able to retake Congress because of issues like abortion, but Trump could win the presidency due to Biden's stance on the genocide. Likely? How does it play out if that does happen? I have no idea how likely that actually is. I wouldn't even be able to give you a number. The Republicans have definitely struggled in Congress, for sure. But at this particular moment in history, I have a hard time believing that if people are motivated enough by abortion, that they'll also neglect the federal election. And the reason being is that it was because of Trump's previous presidency that that he got the Supreme Court. And I think people are fairly aware of that. I think people are fairly aware that could be worsened. At least I hope people are aware of that. It is something that I think about in all of this. It's just like, fucking Biden sucks ass, and I'm gonna be extra mad at him. I'm gonna be extra mad at him if he manages to lose. And we have the arch conservative mega court for the rest of our lives. I'm not looking forward to living in that type of world, I'll be completely honest. That sounds like a genuine nightmare world. Do you think all the people who said they won't vote for Biden will forget about Israel-Palestine and vote for Biden anyway? Very hard to say. I will say that a lot of people have a line in the sand for genocide, and a lot of people do view what's happening in Palestine as a genocide. And I don't think that, I think it's gonna damage his voter turnout. I don't know if it'll damage him enough to put him at risk of losing to Trump, but it will absolutely damage his turnout. I have no doubt of that. That I would be willing to bet on. Here we go. Okay. So here's what we have to do. We have to wait for the strike to happen. Get up here and we wait, and then we dodge. Okay. And then we jump. And then we go. We did it. We got it, folks. We fucking did it. We got this bitch. Now you want to see what the real boss is? Here's the real boss, everybody. Open your eyes. Feast your eyes on the true form. There it is. Tiny bug. That is all that remains of the bed of chaos. And we have extracted a Lord soul from the bug. The bug. The bug. Bug. The issue with people remembering Trump affecting abortion and drawing that connection on the general voter, especially a MAGA voter, is going to be non-existent. The general intelligence of, hold on a second. The general intelligence of people is very low. If people were smart, Trump would have lost hard in the first time. I don't know about that. I think it's a different level of stupidity and a different type of voter that we're talking about. We did it, everybody. It's time. We finally get to move to a new zone, everybody. That's right. But first we got to go to the Daughter of Chaos. So is that bug just like a parasite that devoured the soul of the Lord, or is it just a lordly bug? I actually don't remember off the cuff the lore of that particular bug. Let me look at the Lord soul and see if it gives us any info. Soul of the bed of chaos and the mother of all demons. This Lord soul was found at the dawn of the age of fire. The witch of Acelaces attempted to duplicate the first flame from a soul, but instead created a distorted being of chaos and fire. Its power formed a bed of life which would become the source of all demons, and is more than enough to satiate the Lord vessel. I think the bug is like the representation of the bed of chaos which the witch created. I don't know if that's, I don't know. I think it's just a representation of what remains of the bed of chaos. The bed of chaos was like it was basically a tree that birthed all demons. So all the demons would fucking pop out of this, all the demons would pop out of it. Okay, so wait, we can't find, where's this stuff? I guess the stuff isn't here. I guess we didn't kill Kirk enough. So we don't have his items here? That's kind of weird. I thought we killed Kirk 3 times. I could have sworn we killed Kirk 3 times, in fact. Whoops. Down you go. Well, we know what's next. Just, we gotta go to the Lord Vessel. And we gotta feed it some souls. Lord Vessel, Lord Vessel, Lord... Oh, wait, no, we don't... Wait, we do go to the Lord Vessel. Where's the Lord Vessel? Not Sunlight Altar. We go to the Abyss? Yeah, we go to the Abyss, and then we go there. My friend! Our boy! Hello, friend.
What is it? I am your guardian. Go on. State your wish.
Oh man, the one thing that happened about Kaith is
Very well.
Kaith
Be
sure is
still
grumpier than Frampt, isn't
and
he?
trust thy flesh to me.
Chariot says the bed of chaos is a fusion of the witch of Acelaces and 2 of her daughters, with the other 2 daughters being meetable in the game and 2 also being the demon hybrids that you meet. The bug has her soul, meaning it in particular is her as much as anything, and its later appearances in other game also provide her soul. Okay, so she is actually the bug then. So maybe the witch really just was the bug. Wait, what is that thing exactly? That is a dark serpent. They're very little strange friends. The dark serpents are strange little buddies. Okay, they're strange little guys. And it's been theorized that they all are multiple heads of the same being. That Frampt and Kaith are actually the same person. So the one that's in here, who doesn't like us and wants us to relink the fire, and the one that's in the abyss and does like us and wants us to put out the fire, are theoretically actually 2 heads of the same creature attempting to continue to basically manipulate the world to their own ends. And they don't really care which way you do it, so long as a human engages with and feeds souls to the Lord Vessel. That's what they matter. Or that's what seems to matter. They're definitely sus. Okay, so we've rested here. Now let us warp. So wait, should we do the DLC first or should we do Duke's? We should do Duke's Archives. Let's do the base game first. Duke's Archives. Off we go to the Duke's Archives. And Orlando. Here we go, everybody. It's time. Yeah, Clowworm says, I like to think that Kaith and Frampt are on either side of one extremely long body. You mean they're just like cat dog or something? Yeah. We gotta put our dragon head on. That's right, everybody. We can finally access this cool-ass place. You see that castle up on that mountain overlooking the city of the gods? That's where we're headed to next. Next. I am also very hyped for that, Windleby. Where'd the sun go? Well, let's just say someone turned out the lights. Who destroyed the sun? Well, we have yet to find that out. But the sun that was here before was an illusion. It was a false sun that was here before. And the reason for that is because the god of the sun is missing. And we have yet to discover exactly where he is. Or rather, no, we have. They've told us. He abdicated his duty. His duty. And we are seeking him out to basically defeat him and take his place. So we have been told, well, that's what Kingseeker Frampt told us. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck you. Frampt told us that he wants us to go and take his place, but we spurned his offer because Kaith told us, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you put out the fire instead? You deserve to not have to live the horrible life that he lived. Look at him. He's fucked up. He's gone. He couldn't be the god he couldn't be God anymore. Don't you want to end that cycle? You don't want to live like him. You don't want to become a hollow like God, because that's one thing we do know. We do know that the god of sunlight hollowed, which means he's not doing so hot. Look at these guys. These guys are fucked up little guys. They're like little hollows with crystals jamming out of them, and one of their eyes has been poked out by the crystals popping out from inside. Do you think about how horrible that would be if you woke up one day and there were just crystals pushing through your fucking flesh? Must be terrible. Messed up. Honestly, we're kind of kicking their asses, though. I hate these guys. Gotcha, asshole. Well, it looks like their flesh is crystals, which frankly sounds more painful. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly which one it is. I don't know if their flesh was 100% crystallized or if the crystals overgrew their flesh and, like, replaced their flesh. I think either one is honestly pretty terrible. My favorite enemies in this zone, though, we'll get to see in a little bit. There's an enemy type in this zone that I absolutely love. They are so cool and also so fucked up. And I absolutely adore them. We haven't seen them yet. Well, soon. I feel like one of these walls is a fake wall, but I don't remember which one it is. I don't remember if it's on this floor or on the next floor, but I feel like I remember there being a fake wall somewhere in here. It's up this thing. Can't climb up that. Fuck your table. Plug the likes, plug the Patreon. True! For those of you who haven't pressed like on the stream, it is late in the stream, but we've had some newcomers. Please make sure that you press like. And also remember, if you don't want to donate through the website and you don't want to donate through YouTube, we do have a Patreon. It is linked in the description below the video, and I appreciate all of my Patreon supporters. So please consider supporting the show there, where you can very regularly enjoy supporting the show on Patreon. It means the world to me. All of my supporters are fantastic, but the two best ways to support me are the website and the Patreon. Those are the best ways to support my channel. That is embarrassing, shitty-ass kid. Holy moly. Shitty-ass kid says, have you ever heard of the Trump Heights? The Trump Heights is a planned Israeli settlement in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, named in honor of Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States. That is one of the most embarrassing things and most sickening things I've ever heard. But such is the disgusting and gauche and embarrassing nature of fucking colonial projects, okay? That shit is like, they have no fucking taste. They are just so gross. It's so fucking filthy and pathetic. And base. Oh, what do we have here? It's a little fella. We got a little sneaker in here. We got a stinker. Got any Lloyd's talismans, or are we gonna have to fight this one? Doesn't look like I got any Lloyd talismans. All right, looks like it's time. We gotta fight this one. A real stinker. He didn't even stand up. Big sword, too strong. too strong. Lloyd. How the fuck they get away with making a name like Lloyd? Isn't that fucking wild? Can't believe that they allowed people to come up with a name like that. What a wild name, huh? No hate to the Lloyds out there. I'm just saying it's a wild ass name. It's Welsh. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks. Or Aaron. It's not as bad as Blythe. Okay, but Blythe is cool, okay? Lloyd, okay, Lloyd has some coolness, but not as cool. Blythe is cool because it's just like, fuck you. Yes, there are 2 D's in the name Blythe, but they don't even care. They're just like, fuck you. Yes, it's 2 D's. We don't give a shit. Fuck your fucking pronunciation, you asshole. It's actually kind of a Chad name for that reason. LB says, who's your favorite Risk of Rain survivor? I really like Captain and Acrid. But I also really like Heresy. Even though that's not a... Oh, what do you think? What are you trying? What are you trying? Are you trying to parry me? You were trying to parry me, you fucking little acorn-looking fuck? I like that name, Varnish Eater, but I always mess it up. I think it's Aoife? Or Aoife? I think it's Aoife is how it's said. I like that name. I think it's a really pretty looking name and also a pretty sounding name. Aoife, yeah. It's a really pretty name. I like it. This level is honestly the best thing to ever come out of Harry Potter. True! It is basically... Wow! Hold on a second. Ow! Slurp. Ouch! Ouch! It's okay, I didn't have that many souls. It's all good, it's all good. We're clear, we're all fine. He might be mad because of my dragon head, yeah, probably. But I'm putting it back on. Fuck you, you can't take away my dragon head. I've earned those souls, okay? All right, here we go, everybody. We're about to see one of my favorite enemies in the entire game. We're really close to them. Not these guys. Ignore these losers. These guys suck. They're just blue hollows. They smell bad, and I don't like them. feel like it's this thing, right? Don't you knock it out or something? Zucchini with the tier 2 sub, thank you so much. Do you like Metroidvania games? If you do, have you played Metroid Dread? Yes! I love Metroidvania games, and I beat Metroid Dread, last year? Was it last year? It might have been year before last. I quite liked Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread's a lot of fun. I had some things I didn't like about it, but overall, oh wait, hold on. Overall, I really liked it. Why don't I remember this? Why don't I remember how we get out of here? Oh, there he is. That's right. There we go. Now that's how we get out of it. That's right. I forgot about the guard right there. He was so quiet. Forgot he was standing there. All right, we're all in the clear now. Woo! Hey, these guys look familiar, don't they? Yes, I love these! Okay, listen. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Those are Seath's experiments. They used to be people, and he did a bunch of experiments on them, and now they're weird, slimy tentacle monster girls, which is just the coolest thing I could think of. I struggle to think of anything much cooler than that, okay? Seath is a bad guy, but his methods, they're definitely intriguing, you gotta admit. You gotta admit, come on. I know that 90% of you would willingly sign up for that. Like, I mean, I know that yeah, at least 90% of my audience would willingly sign up to be a cool, to be an experiment. He just didn't know who he was looking for. He needed to find our community, and he could have done this all on a consensual basis, and it wouldn't have to have been angry. It wouldn't have been none of this shit, but we all know Seath is a bit of a cuck. He's a bit of a loser. He doesn't have the confidence, so he grabbed random people, you know. He did questionable scientific ethics. He should have cooked. He should have cooked, but he couldn't. He couldn't cook. But he could have. He should have. I would have. If I put out a sign-up sheet that said, hey, you sign up for the Demon Mama experimentation program and you could end up looking like one of these, like, I know like half my audience would sign up. Based, nasty. Based. That's what I'm talking about. Fucking based. Me when I see people I recognize here. Pog! There's so many people you still recognize. Good to see you again, by the way. See, I know I've cultivated the right people. I know that I've cultivated viewers of taste and class, and also a proper level of as a proper and healthy level of self-obliteration drive that focuses around wishing to experience the wonders of change. Hold on a second. Now wait. Now give me just wait a second. So that's the hop down there. Why did they even bother putting it that there? Hey, we got the extra key. So where's the extra key go? That must go up to the. I know where it goes. We're gonna run back up real quick. Holy shit, that's incredible. Hold on a second. Oh. Do you think those girls worry about taxes? No, they don't. They don't got to worry about taxes at all. How are you going to pay taxes when... how are you going to pay taxes when all you got is tentacles, a vagina mouth that can shoot a spike, and a chill-ass library to hang out in, huh? What are they going to tax you for? What? It's a genuine question. What the fuck are they gonna say? Oh, I want a head massage from your tentacles. Woo! Yeah, good luck fucking legislating that, assholes. How the hell are you supposed to get around that? Oh. Hold on. So we have to come from the other way and open it in. I was going to vote for Biden, but his pussy mouth spike tax policy has me reconsidering. Oh, he'd lose the election in a moment. Argo says, sometimes I forget to renew my sub, but I never forget to watch when I can, whether it is VOD or live. Well, it's wonderful to see you live tonight. Wonderful to see you live. Thank you for being here and thank you for supporting the show. True, Manic Jack. Zucchina says, would you say all FromSoft Souls title worlds are equally horrible to live in, or is there one that would be worse than all the others? They're all pretty bad, but Dark Souls 3 is in a pretty fucking rough state of affairs. And we know, because of the storyline, that if you were to be dropped into the Dark Souls 3 universe, you would have, like, potentially thousands more years to go until the events of the Ringed City. Because you have to travel forward in time in the Ringed City. So... Dark Souls 3 is pretty bad. Sekiro would also be pretty depressing. But I'm going to come out here with a hot take. And I'm going to say one of the most depressing universes of all FromSoft is Armored Core. Armored Core is a universe that is completely run by private corporations and private military groups. The world of Armored Core is fucking miserable, and like most of the main characters in Armored Core are humans who've literally been nerve stapled, like they can't feel emotions or think for themselves outside of like a tactical context. So, I don't know. Armored Core might take the cake just a little bit. That sucked. You're owned by corporations down to your cells in the AC universe? Yes, it's actually crazy. Like, it's like laughable how deranged the corporate stuff is. People saying the real world, nah, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to sound like a fucking lib for a second, but we're not that bad yet, okay? We're not that bad. I don't see any of you with like your like lower body strategically removed because it's cheaper to have you have like a single tube that runs out of the like out of your torso so that you could be strapped into a machine of war every single day. I don't see any of you living that life at the moment. So, what's this guy doing? What was this guy doing? Armored Core is just Ancapistan. It's galactic Ancapistan. It's the most depressing version of Ancapistan you can possibly imagine. It's Ancapistan if you also could not, if you also couldn't escape to anywhere else in the known galaxy. Like, not only are you stuck in Ancapistan, but you also cannot escape anywhere else. It's horrible. Oh yeah, these are the maidens. Oh, we can read this to get the lore. Ready? You guys ready for the lore drop? Watch this shit. Set. A white hood worn by traveling maidens. It is a part of their formal attire regardless of rank. It is soft and well made, but does not offer much in the way of defense, making it ill-suited to use in battle. Oh, it doesn't tell you. Oh wait, maybe the white seance ring does. Hold on. White seance ring, a divine ring entrusted to the head bishop of the Way of White and apostle to All-Father Lloyd, uncle to Lord Gwyn. It grants additional attunement slots. The head bishop of the Way of White is the guardian of the law and the castle and one of the great royals of Thorland. So what you could pull together from these pieces is that the Way of White, the Archbishop of the Way of White, the so-called, like, basically this world's version of Christianity, the main, like, one of the main religions in the world, was giving over maidens, like holy maidens, to Seath the Scaleless so that he could experiment on them, trap them in this crystal thing, and turn them into those slimy, vagina mouth, spear-having tentacle creatures. Imagine you sign up for Christian summer camp, and then one day you wake up and you're living in a fucking rusty prison, and a dragon is poking you full of holes to slowly turn you into a blue monster. Okay, kind of hot, honestly, not gonna lie. Just really does something for me, doesn't it? Anybody else? Anybody else? I think I need a drink of water. Hold on a sec. Oh, shit, an enemy. Fuck. Whew. The water will have to wait just a second. Woohoo. Okay, there we go. Now we're in the clear. Based! Manic Jack Attack, based. Well, Varnish Eater, maybe we'll discover your thing someday. But for now, you're locked in here with us. Oh wait, we forgot to put our dragon head on. There we go. Dragoned up. Dragon activated. Now we are properly prepared. We've had our equivalent of a well-rounded breakfast. Hey, Chariot says, hey, you know what's a really fun implication? Seath being the Duke, a royal title indicating his adjacency to Gwyn's royal line, implies he married into the family. I wonder what's up with those white dragon hybrids or experimental maidens. I wonder if this will be followed up on extensively in Dark Souls 3. Also really funny. Also really funny. Okay, I'm not even gonna play around with it anymore. Really funny that we find out that in Dark Souls 3, it is not just heavily implied, it's essentially explicitly confirmed in Dark Souls 3 that the Nameless King was exiled for fucking dragons, okay? That's what it was. He fell in love with a dragon, okay? The Nameless King fell in love with a dragon, and when you find his place, you find a whole bunch of human-dragon hybrids, okay? And yet, despite being exiled for that, Gwyn was also doing the same thing, basically. He personally wasn't fucking dragons, but he was letting Seath fuck royal women. Women of nobility. And it gets to the point where in Dark Souls 3, the current king of the same basic, not the exact same land, but it shifted a bit, but the current king of this land is a dragon-human hybrid. So it's literally a you know, rules for thee but not for me type situation, except there's also misogyny mixed in, which is just like a, you know, Gwyn is basically like, yeah, I won't have none of my sons fucking dragons, but you know, we can let the dragons fuck our daughters as long as it gets me political power. Also, if you don't believe me about the Nameless King, just go play Dark Souls 3. The Nameless King, I can find you the necessary lore things for it, but the Nameless King was exiled for partaking in unholy communion that disgusted Gwyn, and he was cast out, stripped of his name, thrown away. And when you find the Nameless King, not only does his theme contain parts of Gwyn's, so we know the Nameless King is the firstborn of Gwyn. We know that. It's just obvious. There's multiple reasons for it, but it's very obvious. He uses lightning powers. He wields the power of sunlight. His theme song contains part of Gwyn's theme. And when you go and find him, he lives at the top of a mountain full of dragon-human hybrids, and it's the last place of the Path of the Dragon, which is a place where humans can learn to become dragons themselves. It's ridiculously blatant. It's super, super blatant. I never fought that Nameless King. Oh, you should. Chariot says, Gwyn's adjacency to dragons implies he personally might not have had a problem with befriending dragons, which means there might be a reason for Nameless King's banishment and a certain goddess. I wonder if there's a goddess we meet in Dark Souls 3 whose lore mentions her firstborn. Ah, yes. I think there is. Oh, true, Charlie Jinmeyer. It's legendary. I love this series. Now, it is possible there's more to the story, but I still think that that's a pretty fair interpretation. Oh my god, look at how many of them there are. Look at them all. Hey, ladies! Hello! Whoa! One at a time, one at a time. Actually, you know what? Come on. Get over here. Come here. I can't resist. Yeah, that's right. Let's do 3 at a time. Let's do it. Wouldn't be the first time. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, this one got me. Woohoo! Oh, there's an incredible amount of, Argo says, I still maintain that Lunar Princess Rani is trans because she's very trans-coded. There is a lot of trans-coded characters in these games, and especially in Elden Ring. Elden Ring is just it's a very transgender game generally. There is a lot of trans-applicable themes on multiple characters. Sort of, in fact, I would argue the central themes of, oh, those ones were harder than the other ones. Miracle Soothing Sunlight, Miracle Bountiful Sunlight, Humanity. Oh, hey.
Alas, I'm imprisoned once again. I don't suppose you could stage me a getaway. The archives, such a storehouse of knowledge, so close but just out of reach. The thought offends me so, I could simply die. As a student of the arts, you understand me, eh?
Me. As a student of the arts, you understand me, right? Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. My character is just like, I love eating books. They taste so good. I totally get you, bro. Alright, we gotta figure out a way to get him out. We have like 0 int. Our character is, this dragon character is dumb as a rock, but has a good heart, okay? Very strong. That's a good thing, I guess. So, let me try and remember exactly what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, I love Millicent. Millicent's story is really, really cool. Especially when you consider, like, that Millicent is basically, in my opinion, is a representation of, like, the path of Melania accepting the influence of the goddess of Rot. Or not the outer god of Rot. I don't know if it's really a goddess, because she's kind of the goddess of Rot. And also, that there is, I don't know, I love Millicent. Millicent's great. Also, I apologize, Windleby, but this game doesn't give me the option to take them for get them water and take them for walkies. I have to take care of them, unfortunately. I have to take care of them, quote unquote. So how the fuck do I get down to that item? I want to know, how the hell do I get down to that item? Oh wait, there's a ladder. Oh my god, I forgot about the ladder down at the bottom. I forgot about the fucking ladder. That was so goofy. True nasty. Oh my god. It's sorely lacking. Drives me fucking nuts. It's, oh my god. That and games, there's a legitimate problem, okay? A lot of people will roll their eyes at that particular one because they're discriminatory and stupid and also in denial. However, one thing that is like, I think everyone should be able to agree on, anyone who's of sound mind, should be able to acknowledge that the amount of games where you can play as a monster is the fact that there's so few games like that, especially these days. There used to be more games like that. It's a sign of the sickness of our times. It's like literally like some weird taboo in the gaming world that they're like, oh, you can't make, it feels like there's like, we're gonna find out about some kind of Hays code or some shit in the future, and it's just like, oh, you know, you're not allowed to make games where you play as a monster. Like, none. There's not even kaiju games anymore. They've basically erased all fucking kaiju games from the world, and it sucks. It drives me so mad that there isn't a version of Monster Hunter where you can play as the monsters, either fighting other monsters or fighting humans or both. Why? Why? So goddamn annoying. It drives me crazy. True, OS Crane. In fact, one of the games that I always bring up whenever I talk about games that let you play as a monster is AVP and AVP2. Two games that were really successful at their time. It's just so stupid. There was Evolve, but Evolve had a bunch of battle pass forced multiplayer bullshit. Evolve was really cool in concept, but it had a lot of other problems. There are so few games. Trust me, I have searched. There are so few games where you can actually play as a monster, and there are even less games that are actually good or that are like complete. It's just really, really unfortunate. It's a genuinely depressing state of affairs. Yeah, there is some of that in Doom Eternal multiplayer, but Doom Eternal fucking sucks overall. So you get to play as monsters a little bit in Doom Eternal, but it sucks that it's only like a mini game, basically. night, Hellsor. Have a great night. You didn't like Doom Eternal? No, I fucking hated Doom Eternal. Oh man, that's ancient lore. The Doom Eternal rant. The rant that I did a rant about Doom Eternal a long time ago, and it made people in my community so angry at me that it was one of the first times that I got in like a full-on fucking fight with chat. Oh, it's dispatching them. The creatures have been dispatched. I can take them for walkies. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, I'll start it again in a minute. We gotta finish this first. Archive tower giant door key. Oh, wait a minute. That's how you get the creatures away. It's the big gears over here. They're the giant gears of whatever used to be up there. Oh yeah, this is how you dispatch the creatures so that you can have an easier time down there, but we already beat them already once. That's bad. Right? Wait, we can beat them with the dragon heads then. Use our dragony mind to win. These things look so cool. They're so slimy. I love it. They're so cute. Look at them. They're so slimy. I bet their heads feel like petting a beluga whale. I bet that's what it feels like. Or a dolphin. I've pet a porpoise before and they feel so great. Yeah, I've pet a porpoise. I pet one, I got like a special VIP thing to SeaWorld once a million years ago. This was before, like, I don't know, it was an earlier time of my life when I didn't really know as much about SeaWorld. I didn't know that SeaWorld was such a problematic place. And anyway, my partner at the time really wanted to go to SeaWorld, and I wanted to go to SeaWorld, so we went all out and we got like a VIP pass on like a discount through her work. And part of it was we got to spend time with the dolphins. And they were so fucking cute and so playful and so soft. They were so goddamn adorable. I really liked them. So what am I missing here? What the fuck am I missing here? That was a big gate thing. Where's the big gate that I have to open? I don't even know where that shit is. Over here? Am I missing an area that I need to jump down or something? Probably. I don't fucking remember. I don't remember where I get this shit. That sounds amazing, Mithril. That sounds incredible. Ah! I don't fucking remember any of this shit. well, thank you. Thank you. I'm happy about that. Happy I'm able to help. Jack. Really am. Why I do my show? Or at least a big chunk of why I do it. So the sound is ticking. But what? Does something else come down while that's ticking? What am I missing here? Missing something here. Okay, I'm about to drop a hot take that's gonna drive some people incredibly crazy. Have you ever seen those giant African buffalo leeches or buffalo leeches? The like green ones that the leeches in this game are based off of? I think it's actually incredibly, incredibly cute when people own one of those as a pet and they feed it with their own blood. Like, people are like, ew, that's so gross, but I think that's like ridiculously cute and also like really charming. And also like, I don't know, I just think they're really cute to begin with. I think they have like I think leeches are cute. I know that's a weird thing, but I think they're cute. I think they're cute, especially those ones. They have like a cute texture and everything. And I don't know, there's something special about taking care of an animal. Like, if you're gonna have an animal as a pet, there's something special about like that level of commitment to your pet, you know? Like, you're literally giving your life force in exchange for the in part in exchange for the companionship. It's like, there's a tight bond there. I love the Kizu. The Kizu's my favorite monster in Monster Hunter. I don't know, there's something just magical about it, you know what I mean? Like, as you all know, I am a big fan of people who take good care of their pets. And I have a hard time, I don't know, I don't know. Hold on a second, wait, hold on, sorry. I need to focus for a second. I need to not get killed here. Give me a second. Fortnite says, you know what? Well, I don't feel the same. I can see why you did. Excellent. Nerodia says, you can also feed them food-grade blood, which you can get from a grocery store, but it's way messier than just feeding them from yourself. Yeah, it's not gonna hurt you. Your body makes plenty of blood. Like, it might creep you out a little bit, and I don't know how you get them off, like, healthily. I guess they just detach eventually, but there's just something really special and close and adorable about it. I don't know. I really do. That's my hot take. I know a lot of people are gonna be like, ew, but I just think I don't know, I think it's great. I love people who take good care of their animals, and that even includes leeches. Although leeches aren't animals, they're worms. So, right? They're not in the animal kingdom. They're in like are they in the animal kingdom? Maybe they are in the animal kingdom. I always get this stuff mixed up. They're not, aren't they? Because they're in the flatworms, which is like pre-animal kingdom. They are in the animal kingdom. Okay, all right. That's right, they are. That's right, they are actually. I always forget that. It's been a fucking million years since I always forget. Right, wait, because animal's huge, because it's like protests are like outside of the animal kingdom. You know, it's funny, ticks I like significantly less than leeches, even though they're really similar creatures. And I think the reason why I like ticks less is just because ticks carry so many dangerous diseases. Specifically, like a disease that is horrifying to me, which is Lyme disease. Like, Lyme disease is fucking terrifying. And if you're not scared of Lyme disease, you should be. Check yourself for ticks when you go outside And if you get bit by a tick, make sure that you talk to your doctor about it, especially if you get a bullseye mark. You have Lyme disease? Yeah, you know, I respect and have a fear of contracting Lyme disease. Every person who I've met a couple people who have Lyme disease, and they've all told me you should be scared of Lyme disease. And so even though they're both bloodsuckers, the fact that ticks can give you Lyme disease, it downgrades them, you know? They get a downgrade in my book. They're not, and also, I don't know, there's something, I don't know. There's something different about them, but maybe it's not that much. I don't think I would dislike them. I don't think I would dislike them if it wasn't for the Lyme disease. I'll be completely honest. I don't think that I would. Also, how the fuck do I get to that one spot? Oh, did I already figure it out? I think I already figured it out. Did, actually. I'm scared of deers because of prion disease. Okay, so deer, okay, this is really wild, okay? So the prion disease, a lot of that comes from cultivated deer. And now I could be getting some details of this incorrect, so don't take this as like verbatim truth. I'm saying this, but a lot of the prion disease, it comes from cultivated deer populations, where the deers are kept in one place for long periods of time, and they're all eating. Oh shit. I don't want to fall down there. Oh my god, stop. Oh my god, I'm confused. I don't know where I am. This is confusing. This level is so big and confusing. Why? Oh my god. They got me. They fucking got me. Yeah, so the deer, like, they live in like a tight area. They interbreed with each other. They die, and then the population of predators keep eating basically the same populations of deer, and then the deer flesh contaminates the soil, and so basically it causes buildups of prion disease, which would otherwise filter itself out of a natural population. And so that's why like a lot of cultivated deer hunting in America puts the deer populations at risk for prion disease, because it's because they're basically the same populations of deer, and all it takes is one to start developing it, and then it will spread through that population, and then that population becomes dangerous to all other deer. It can also happen in areas of starvation, because deer, most people don't know this, but deer will eat. If they have to, they will eat eggs, and they will also eat meat. And that includes that they'll engage in cannibalism. And if they get starved, or if they're living in an area that's really bad for them, they'll engage in cannibalism, which greatly increases their likelihood of contracting a prion disease, which they can then pass to other deer when they die. It's very strange, and yes, it is very scary. Yes, I've heard of deer eating chicks and eggs out of nests when they need to. True, GayFesh! Keep that in mind. Prions are also very stable. They can remain infectious for years. That's why, yeah, that's why it's important to like, that's why like being very careful about deer populations is very important. Killjoy says the #1 symptom of Lyme disease is psychosis, and the treatment for Lyme disease causes psychosis. So a lot of people with Lyme disease end up institutionalized often. Yeah. It's a really unfortunate thing, and also sounds very difficult to deal with. Again, I have a, in what I believe to be a proper fear of Lyme disease. I am very stringent about tick checks whenever we go into the woods. Although I know that Lyme disease is most common right now on the East Coast. In fact, there's been like huge surges because of the way that, literally because of climate change, or at least in part because of climate change, because, you know, temperatures are rising, tick seasons are much bigger and tick blooms have been really, really big, which means that, there's just tons and tons, the tick populations are out of control on the East Coast. Also, apparently there's a type of tick that carries a disease that damages your body's ability to consume and digest red meat, which is kind of wild to think about. And it's here in America. There are ticks on the East Coast mostly. Last I read about it, it was in the middle states of the East Coast, where people were contracting a disease from ticks that breaks down your body's ability to produce essential enzymes. The Lone Star tick is the one that carries that. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I remember that now. I couldn't remember which type of tick it was, but it wasn't the same tick as the Lyme disease ones. It makes you allergic to red meat, which is wild to think about. Time to crank. This level is so fucking wild. It really is a Harry Potter-ass level, isn't it? Also, we have to remember to let Logan out. Or not. I mean, who cares, really? We're not Sorcerer. But Logan's kind of nice. He's kind of indifferent to this space, you know? And I feel like that's kind of... Miyazaki did say that Harry Potter inspired this. That makes so much sense. Wait, oh yeah, okay, so I can jump down there, but I need to go be more thorough. I have to explore this place in a thorough manner because otherwise it won't make any sense to me and I'll miss stuff out. I wonder if Seath is transphobic. I would believe it. Seath is like a real piece of shit. I'm not gonna lie. Seath the Scaleless is like, genuinely, he's kind of like a repugnant character in basically every way. He's one of the most like clear-cut villains, right? Like he's like a cowardly traitor, who, oh yeah, the books are huge. Yeah, they're gigantic. They're like the size, they're Seath-sized books. Seath is a real, he's a real piece of shit, basically, is what I'm trying to say. He betrayed his kind, the dragons, for no real reason that we can tell other than other than desire for power. He like tortures and experiments on people, and also is complicit with the other like main like villain of this game. Yeah, he's just generally like a terrible guy. There's not much to be said about it. He's just kind of like one of the few like clear-cut villains. This game doesn't always have like clear-cut villains. Okay, I should say there's a lot of generalized villains in these games. Like most of the characters have like bad traits. There's not very many like pure good or pure bad characters. They're all kind of like fucked up dudes living in a fucked up universe. But Seath is pretty fucking close there. Jealousy, pettiness. Yeah, it's not like he was getting made fun of for not having any scales. He's just kind of like... He's just kind of like that. Gwyn is a worse villain? Yeah, absolutely. But like with Gwyn, there's like, I don't know. There's like, okay, with Gwyn, there's an attempt to disguise like... There's like an attempt to disguise it because they want the story, they want you to discover about it. But with him, they're just like, nah, he's kind of a piece of shit, honestly. Okay, we gotta read these. I forgot to read these. Bountiful sunlight, special miracle granted to the maidens of Guinevere, princess of the sun. The miracles of Guinevere, the princess cherished by all, grant their blessings to many warriors. Soothing sunlight. The miracles of... Oh wait, this is the one we already, wait, they have the same thing. Bountiful sunlight, soothing sunlight, and the other one, which is... Oh, that's the one. Replenishment? No. Is it just those two? Might just be those two. Yeah, I guess it's just those two. I thought we got something else from... Oh, Vow of Silence. Vow of Silence. Secret rite of the black-haired witch Velka prevents casting of magic within an area. Velka, the goddess of sin, is a rogue deity, but she is versed in arts both new and old, and is considered to have a great range of influence even as gods are concerned. Velka is one of the most mysterious figures in the entire series, and true loreheads dive into the lore of Velka. And to be honest, even I, with all of my love and adoration for this series, am rusty on my Velka lore. Velka's super cool. There's a lot of theories about Velka, and I've heard there are some compelling theories that are being put forward even now by someone who is currently in this chat. Velka's still a mystery. Yeah, that's true. Hey, oh yeah, there's my souls. I forgot I left those over there. Incredible. Incredible. Oh boy, look at these bastards. Oh, come on. I can't wait to play Dark Souls 2. I don't know how much I'm gonna love the gameplay, but I do know there's a lot of cool lore stuff in Dark Souls 2, which I'm excited to dive into, for sure. Chariot says I'm biting my tongue so fucking hard. Well, I wonder why. Don't let me get under your skin. I'm just teasing. I know that you will allow your read and your takes to come out in due time. And when the world is ready, we will receive your knowledge. And if we're never ready, then we will never be worthy of it, and that will be just. because we will not have ascended to the level necessary. No! No! Why are they like this? Why are these bastards like this? Wait, so did we loop all the way back around? We did loop all the way back around. Okay. So it's almost time. Wait, hold on. Okay then. Where'd that arrow come from? Who shot that arrow? Oh, hey, there's the lever. That turned something, but I don't remember fucking what. Oh, it brings that back down. I am sure I missed at least one secret here because I haven't found the key that lets us go to Big Hat, Logan. So we're missing something still. I don't know what, but something. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Get out of here! Let me out of here! Woo! We did it, baby! We fucking made it. We fucking did it. That was fucking clean! That was fucking clean. Oh. Oh. Oh, that was fucking clean. And we get to level up. Beautiful. We're almost to 40 vitality, which is a beautiful point. True! By the way, if you've been enjoying this, please consider supporting the show by joining the Patreon, donating on the website, or at the very least, please give your like and subscribe on the YouTube channel because that would mean the absolute world to me. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so, so much. I'm gonna eat these souls and then we're gonna level up again because that will be really satisfying. Good morning, Valhalla Video. Da 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 da. 40 vitality, 42 endurance, 35 strength. Yes! What a thrill. Oh, that was sick as fuck. Well, I know. We have been going for 6 hours. It has been a very solid, very fun, very healthy stream. We had 250 people stuck around for almost the entirety of the gaming section. We only had a very minor drop off within the last like 15 minutes, which is a massive, wonderful, and beautiful success. I want to say thank you all for watching. I have to go rest my body and my back, but I will be back on this stream right here very soon for you all. We will be doing a lot more gaming. This month it is still Infamous, so January is going to have a whole bunch of gaming streams, a lot of chill, cozy, fun nonsense. Of course, we're going to talk our politics. We'll go through all the stuff we want to talk about as usual, but we are going to have a lot of gaming streams this month. That is the plan, okay? So you all are probably going to have a fun time with that. Sure hope so, at least. thank you all for supporting me. Wait, let me make sure that I didn't miss any donos. No, I didn't. I haven't missed any donos. That's great. Not a one. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for supporting me. And I will see you all very soon. Until then, remember, rule number 1. Do not fucking die. Don't you dare die on me, especially not in this wonderful and fascinating new world of 2024. Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you all for joining me for the first stream of the year. You all are going to get to have some serious cred when we get to the end of the year. So remember that you were here for the first stream of the year, my lovely, lovely imps. Good night for now, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Good night, everybody.